WHO supports countries respond to COVID-19. Sending supplies and protective personal equipment to over 150 countries. Helping establish treatment centres and strengthening laboratory, treatment and biomedical capacity. Providing diagnostics and biomedical equipment. Issuing over 100 technical guidance documents to provide real-time information and best practices. WHO coordinates COVID-19 response, working with world leaders to keep everyone safe. Deploying emergency medical teams to help design fit-for-purpose strategies. Building the Partners Platform and identifying gaps to ensure an appropriate COVID-19 response. Working with multiple agencies, NGOs, member states and the private sector. WHO accelerates COVID-19 research and development. Convening the ACT Accelerator for coordinated research for treatment and vaccines. Engaging in solidarity trials for therapeutics and vaccine research with over 5,000 people in over 100 countries. Establishing the CTAP Access Pool, sharing research knowledge and working for accessible intellectual property for existing and new COVID-19 tools. WHO fights COVID misinformation. Raising awareness and stopping the spread of COVID-19 misleading or false information and messages that promote harmful practices. Holding technical webinars for experts. Offering multilingual COVID-19 online courses through Open WHO and the WHO Academy app. Help by donating to the COVID-19 Response Fund.
Now is the time for solidarity in the face of this threat to all of humanity. I implore leaders to stand together and heed this appeal.
Hey, Jason, we're back. Despite technical snag, just getting the links out to everybody.
Yep, I'm trying to put something out on the tweet box right now.
And then we have Jana and Caitlin talk coming up very shortly. We'll give it a few minutes, let everybody rejoin.
Awesome.
How are you both doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Excited.
Great. No last minute nerves.
I'm just trying to finish up this tweet.
Double tagging.
All right, that is out there. So we've got 8 people watching now, so people are figuring it out. Whoops.
Yeah, we're still back on the same YouTube channel, so people will start to stream in.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I don't know if we have any followers on Twitch. Not one that I usually use.
There was a couple of people following on Twitch for a little bit.
Give it a couple more minutes. Yeah, there you go. The numbers are, people are figuring out, the numbers are coming back.
Awesome.
I think we got away with it. Shh.
That's good.
There's always one big glitch. I think last year the problem was the GoToMeetings stopped recording or stopped after I think 20 hours or something.
Yeah. I think we'd hit 18 hours. I wonder if it's related. same demons as last year. Yeah, I guess it's unusual for somebody to go live stream for 24 whole hours, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe your sweet spot might be 18 or 20.
Yeah. We'll have to do it in 2 12-hour slots next time. Well, hopefully there won't be a next time, right? Next time it'll be in person.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe both. Maybe both.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we hand over, Jason? Yeah.
What's that?
Should we hand over?
Yeah, I think we should. Ladies, why don't you? Okay, we got your deck up. Why don't y'all take it away?
All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Content Editor's Guide to Getting Organized for Sitecore 10X. Well, 10 point whatever you might be going to. I am Jana Baumgartner, and there's my beautiful daughter on the left. I have been doing Sitecore for 9 years and my entire career with MarTech and a variety of CMSs now called DXPs. And 6 of my 9 years was managing a team of 30 on the client side, doing marketing strategy, development, testing, all of that stuff. And the last 3 years, I have been a Sitecore strategy MVP working with clients, trying to get them to use all of Sitecore and making sure that everything that they bought is helping them enhance their ROI. I am extremely passionate about personalization, analytics, and experimentation, all of the things that Sitecore offers. And I'm excited to be part of the Sitecore community. I put out a ton of thought leadership with blogging and doing webinars. And one of the things that RDA is doing, which was Caitlin's idea, is a Sitecore Summit series where we highlight one feature within Sitecore using an expert in the feature, and it runs every month if you guys are interested. So with me, I am joined with the amazing Caitlin Natchez. And Caitlin, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so hi guys, I'm Caitlin Natchez. Became a Sitecore Ambassador MVP this past year. I've been a digital marketer at RDA for 3 years. I started the Baltimore Sitecore user group. We got one in-person meeting in right before the pandemic hit, but we've been doing it virtual. And I've also been putting out some thought leadership with blogs and webinars and videos. I definitely have to give a big shout out to Jaina, who has been a really awesome mentor and helped me, grow in the community.
Yay. I am excited to do that. So in terms of our topic for today, we're going to be chatting about, obviously, the Content Editor's Guide to Sitecore 10. And in doing so, we're going to cover 4 main features or topics within Sitecore 10. Horizon and SXA, which was introduced in 10.1. Sitecore AI, which was introduced in 10.1, but is available for anyone on Sitecore 10 and above. Bulk profiling, which again is in Sitecore 10.1, and audience segmentation, which is in Sitecore 10. And the way we will go through these features is we will demo each one and do a quick tutorial on how to use the feature. We'll give you some guides on how you can get ready to use the feature, even if you're in Sitecore 9. So what can you do to your information architecture, your content tree, tagging, marketing suite, etc., to be ready to use it as soon as you go on Sitecore 10. Give you a few justifications on why to use the feature and the ROI from it, and then when you should be using it and when you shouldn't be using it. So our goal for today is to obviously garner excitement, get everyone on Sitecore 10 that we can, support your case for your upgrade if you are upgrading to Sitecore 10, and then ensuring that we give you all of the best practices and insights that we can offer and that we've learned over the years in terms of setting up a good information architecture, content tree, and getting your marketing suite ready for the upgrade. So if you think that it's all in the developer's hands to make sure that you're ready for the upgrade, you're going to be surprised. There's quite a few things that marketers and content editors can do to get ready. All right, with that, I will hand it over to Caitlin for our demo of Horizon.
Thanks, Jana. All right, so excited to show you guys this today. It's a really cool feature. Let me get the demo opened. Okay, so here is the Horizon editing interface. It's really cool. It has a bunch of all-in-one features. So we see our site tree on the left, which is really easy for us to navigate to other pages. And then we can also toggle to the components. So these are your SXA components that are built in, really easy to use. We can drag and drop, pick which item we want to put in here, and boom, it's that easy. And what's really cool is that you can also do inline editing, put whatever you want here. And then we have our content editor over here. So we can change the data source that we're pulling from. We can also edit the source. If we want to change the size, we can change the order. We can change how it comes in. We have a lot of styling features that we can change if we wanted to change the alignment. We have advanced styling features, so based on the component. So this is an accordion, so we can change how it comes out. We can change the speed. We have all this power to change it right here.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. For each of those 100+ components, or well, 80, I think, for XP, with SXA, you're able to style it right within Horizon in context and make your page look good. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. And what's also really nice is we have this little auto-save feature, so you don't have to worry about saving your site or losing anything. And then we also have undo. If we did something we don't want to do, we can undo it, redo. And another really cool thing is we have this simulator, so we can actually see what it looks like from a phone, what it looks like from a tablet, and what it looks like from a desktop. And then we also have analytics right here, so we can look at, and it's specific for whatever, we can change it. We can do all, or we can do the device specific, and it shows us visits and the value per visit. We get conversion rate, time on page, bounce rate, and then it'll actually give you some recommendations on how to improve it. And then we also have a content view. So if we wanted to edit the CSS, if we want to add some tags, put in some open graph data, we can do that all right here. And another cool thing is we can, if you have multiple sites, you can toggle from the sites up here. And if you have multiple languages, you can do that here as well. And then there's also a search feature up here.
So Horizon in general is a great combination of content, your content editor and your experience editor, so you're not switching between those two. And it gives you all the power and functionality of SXA right there for you as well. So that's pretty cool in terms of in-context, quick editing of your pages.
Yes, makes it a lot easier for non-technical users, content editors, and marketers to, edit and style and change up these pages, which is really nice. And Zurich Bank, BMI Group, and L'Oreal all rave about the SXA features and how it increases efficiency and reduces their costs. And as you said, it's just really nice that we have the analytics, the in-context editing, styling, content tree, all in that one place. So you don't have to go to the different windows. So when to use and when not to use. So this is really for your content editors. As I was saying, you can quickly create a page, create content from a page. It makes it easy to change the style. You can look at pull in the different SXA components and really just play around with the page and make sure it's something that you are happy with before publishing. When not to use. So if you are a developer or more technical and you can code, you might be better off going that route because you'll have a lot more functionality, as this is limiting to someone that has those technical abilities to make the page kind of do what you want it to do. And also, before you use it, you have to make sure that your site is compatible with both SXA and Horizon to get all of those feature sets that I was just showing you, and that is available in Sitecore 10.1. And then the other limitation is that personalization AI and testing features are not accessible via Horizon. So you can still do it, just not in that user interface. So guide to getting started. So you want to make sure that your site is created for SXA. So if you're upgrading, it might be a good time to, if you haven't used SXA in the past, redesign it for SXA. It can also be a good reason to upgrade. If you want to use these capabilities, that could be a selling point to upgrade. And making sure that your site is compatible with Horizon. And the more templates you use, the easier it is to use Horizon and SXA. And it's important to note that you need to make sure that you're using the rendering parameters, data sources, and page items in correctly. And so I'll actually go back into the demo to show you what I'm talking about. So for page and field items, when you're talking about metadata and tags and all the open graph tags, you're going to want to do that from the content editor. And then when we're talking about in context, talking about more about the page, we're going to want to use data sources. So that's over here. We can browse and pick which data source we want. And this allows us to change the components and switch them out quickly. And then the rendering parameters. So these guys over here that change the look and feel, we can do that here. But it's also important to note that you should use these sparingly. Because as you get into personalization, it can cause some problems if you render certain components, but not all of the personalization components are rendered correctly. So it's just important to note.
Yeah, so I think specifically with if you're changing the presentation of your component using personalization, that's when you do have to be careful with rendering parameters and potentially use data source items instead if you wanted to personalize the presentation of your component.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
And with that, I'll pass it back over to Jana to talk about Sitecore AI.
All right. Awesome. Okay. I think that's my screen, so I will try to demo Sitecore AI. Here we go. Okay, it is awesome. It's like magic. Okay, so we have, yeah, this is it. Okay, so over here I have set up, you know, promo on a page. It's fairly simplistic, but it gives you the idea of what a promo could look like on a page. A lot of your landing pages and, you know, if you have your home page, generally there is one big promo on the page that focuses your audience on the page and the concepts within it. So this is what this is the promo that's supposed to represent that. And if I were to personalize this in this example, once you've set up Sitecore AI, you'll see this little auto-personalized component portion on the top over here. So first what I'll do is I'll actually set up a rule, and I'll tell you why you would want to set up a manual rule. So in this case, my rule is going to be called Got Them Hooked. So this rule will be for someone who has come to the site and has looked at a few of our articles and has gotten hooked to whatever we are selling here. In this case, I'm going to say we're selling, you know, just trips or travel. This might be a travel site. So I'm going to set up the outcome. So they're going to be a sales lead. So they've obviously converted into the sales process. And we're going to say if they've come to the site less than or equal to 10 days ago, and they've converted to that sales lead, and they've had less than or equal to 10 interactions on the site. Okay, so we have a manual rule here, just like you would have set up in the past with Sitecore. But what I'm going to do is combine this rule with some auto-personalization. And at this point, I am going to set it up so that it shows customer stories promos in there. So what we want to do is if we have the user hooked onto the site and they are excited about, you know, they have gotten excited about what the trips that we have available, we're going to start showcasing customer stories to get them even more interested and get them really getting them into the buying process. Now in here, you may have hundreds of thousands of customer stories, you know, for trips to Japan, trips to New Zealand, trips to Australia, whatever it might be. But in our case, before, without Sitecore AI, you would have had to set up personalization rules for each of your trip, which could be crazy, and each of your customer story. So in this case, your Sitecore AI is going to automatically pick one of these customer stories that make sense for the user without you having to go in and set up a rule and point to the story. So we're just setting it up to the folder, and it's going to pick one of these three that makes sense to the user. So it's a combination of a manual rule and auto personalization. Now we're also going to set up in here an auto personalization. And in this case, what we're going to say is, so if they haven't gotten hooked, we're going to show them our blog promos right here. So it's similar to the customer story promos. There are 3 in here, but there could be hundreds or thousands of these promos, and they could be for any place in the world. But again, instead of setting one by one these rules to point to the right promo based on the user interest, we're going to let Sitecore AI pick the right promo to show them based on what they're interested in. All right, so I am going to move this down one, so that way if they get hooked, they'll see the customer story promo. If they're not hooked, they'll see the blog promo, and click OK. So you do have to save this, hopefully. Maybe working. All right, page is unresponsive. So you may have to just take my word for it, but basically what it will do is showcase the right promo here based on whether they're hooked versus whether they're just coming to the site for the first time. All right, it is spinning. It is working. All right.
I was going to say, I could vouch for you. I've seen it.
Okay. All right. So in here, you'll see that if we have the got them hooked, no, try this again, just reload it. So this is our default if we don't have either, but one more time. If we have them hooked, no, it's not willing to work with me today, but basically what it would do is show you a blog if they aren't hooked, and if they are hooked, it would show you a customer story. It might take a few more reloads before it actually works, but maybe this third time's the charm. Let's see it. No, it doesn't want to work. All right, well, we'll come back to it. Maybe in a little bit, it would have gotten ready to showcase. So in the meantime, here are some dashboards that you will see within Sitecore for Sitecore AI. So if you use the standard version of Sitecore AI, which by the way is free once you get onto Sitecore 10. So if you have the standard version, if you're a new visitor, a returning visitor, it's going to start recommending the content immediately by clustering you. It's based on your user data and activities. So that could be things within your profile, as well as pages that you viewed or goals that you've triggered. Using all of that, it's going to start clustering you. So even for new users, you will start seeing content, and it might be random at first before you start seeing more focused, targeted content. On the Sitecore AI standard dashboard that you're going to see within Sitecore looks sort of like this. It showcases how many people are seeing the content versus their interaction with the content. It showcases the performance of the content, so the engagement value that you're seeing per day or per week with the content, and then each variation of the content, what kind of engagement it's seeing on the site. And then if you do have the premium version of Sitecore, you're going to see even more data. So you're going to be able to see things like what clusters are working, what aren't working, what clusters are getting engaged and what aren't. So you're able to then use this insight to create content focused on the clusters that are getting engagement versus not. All right, so the ROI and benefits of Sitecore AI. Microsoft Partner Network, Sitecore published a case study more than a year ago where they put Sitecore AI in conjunction with the Microsoft Partner Network, and they've seen a 16% increase in engagement value and a 30% decrease in design and configuration time. So you can imagine if you were sitting there configuring each of those rules to point to the right item, it could take a lot of time. And just setting up all of this to be done as a recommendation engine can save a lot of time. The ability to pick one or few of the content items, if you have hundreds or thousands, I mean, that ability simply didn't exist before Sitecore AI, because you're not going to sit there and create all those rules. And if you did, you would see quite a bit of decrease in performance. And then the biggest thing is the standard version is free if you get to Sitecore 10. So there is really no reason not to do personalization at this time. It's super easy to set up. You just have to get your tenant and set up Sitecore AI, and then you have it going pretty quickly. Although it didn't perfectly work, hopefully it does when I pull it up. You know, I've set up Sitecore AI in less than 2 minutes. So when to use and when not to use. Jonathan Corley actually wrote a great white paper on Sitecore AI, and he talked about these two ways to use Sitecore AI as a recommendation engine and for targeted experiences. So I'm just going to steal that idea and represent it. A recommendation engine is sort of what I used it for earlier, where you may have a ton of thought leadership, blog content, videos, products, jobs, basically the way Amazon or Netflix showcase personalized content to you, where they have thousands of content or millions of content items, and they're just focusing the ones that have the best chance of converting on you. So it's a very simple way to just make sure you're using Psycho AI and ensuring that you're showing the right content to the right user at the right time. Targeted experiences is basically similar to an A/B test. If you were to create 2 types of landing pages or 2 images that could cause emotional connection, for example, I'm a mom, so something that may connect with me might be a kid with their parent, but something that might connect with when I was younger, when I first started, might be a travel scene. So making sure that you have the right images and the right call to action, that's basically a targeted experience. You just put out these 2 landing pages, these 2 images, these 2 call to actions. And instead of just having a winner and a loser, you've already put this effort into creating these experiences. So instead of just having a winner or a loser, what the targeted experiences does is pick the right experience for the right audience, those clusters, basically. So when not to use Psycho AI, it sounds like, Psycho AI is just going to take over personalization. But there are a couple of things that make it tick: content and data. And if you don't have, for new users to the site, obviously they haven't created a bunch of experiences with you. But it might be right to use a manual personalization rule if you know the campaign that they're coming from or the page that they viewed. And it might be pretty simple to target them to something very specific without needing for them to get clustered. So that might be a really good use case to just use the manual rule. I showcased a use case on a journey-based manual rule where, when they are first coming to the site, I want to show them blog content. But as they start interacting on the site, I want to show them customer stories. Potentially, when they're ready to buy, I'm just going to show them the product itself. So it might be focused on where they are in their journey. Or if you're a B2B company, if you have, you might want to show content to your target, your prospects that are different from your existing clients, for example, or your focused target group. If you know that they're from one of those companies, you may want to show them very specific content, and that's where a manual rule can play really well. And then Psycho AI the standard version only looks at engagement value score and bounce rate. And you need to have less than 1 million unique visits per month. If you want to use more metrics or have more visits per month, that's where the premium version of Psycho AI can fit in for you. All right, and then getting ready. So first of all, the way it works is you do need all of the items that you want to pick to be right under the folder. So for example, if I were to let it pick my news items, this folder structure does not work with Psycho AI because under news, I have everything segregated by dates. So instead, you would want a folder structure like this, where all of your news articles are right under the main folder, and you have your item buckets that could work really well to not make your load times too high. So with SXA, because SXA has to pick the same data type as the same data template as the rendering. For example, when the example that I showcased had promos, my folder actually can't be of type folder. It has to be of type promo. That way, so your promos are under a promo, basically. So that way, you can pick a promo within SXA. So that's something else to keep in mind as you're creating this in conjunction with SXA. And finally, your Psycho AI is going to work really well if you have your engagement value scale set up. So make sure that you have your goals set up in Psycore with their appropriate values, and then you know that Psycho AI will work and will showcase the right content to the right user. And while I'm at it, before I hand it over to you, Caitlin, let me just check if this has worked. If not, we'll just have to move on. So one last load of my page. Fingers crossed. Caitlin, you still with me?
Yes.
Uh-oh. All right. All right, Caitlin, your turn for bulk profiling.
All right. Okay, let's get into the demo. Okay, so bulk profiling. So profiling is a way that you can get to know your customers and their interests, and you can actually profile different content and different pages. And in the past, it's always been something that was very manual. So you'd have to go into the piece of content you wanted to profile, click your little profile guy, and actually pick the profile cards that you want to assign to this content page. But with Sitecore 10.1, we can actually bulk profile with rules. So in our marketing control panel, we now have this marketing definition mapping, and rules is one of our items in that, and we can create a new rule. We can do it based on item hierarchy. Oh, oopsies. So then we'll go and edit our rule. And so two of the rules that are going to be really helpful here are going to be the item hierarchy and tags. So what we can do is we can go in here and find the item hierarchy. And so, so my content editor, if I wanted to say that the appliance blogs and anything underneath it was profiled as appliance, what I would do is say that where the item is the appliance blog and any of its descendants will be profiled as the appliances profile. So then you click OK, and that will go and actually make the appliances blog and all of the items underneath it profiled as appliances. And the other one that we can use here is a tag. So if we tagged all of these pages as appliance, we can set the rule to say that if the tag appliance is on the content piece, then we can then you should profile it as appliance profile. All right, so as I said before, profiling, it's getting to know your customers and their interests. And if you profile your content, you can actually figure out what your customers are interested in and look at their behavior. And Jana will get a little bit more into the segmentation features next, but so you can actually see data and analytics based on a certain profile. And so it's going to say, so this bulk profiling feature is going to save a ton of time and make it really easy for you to profile different pieces of content. And as you write new content, it's going to automatically tag it with the profiles based on the rules that you set up, so you won't have to do that manual step again. And then all of your profiles are tagged in that one place. So if you go into your marketing control panel and look at your marketing definitions mapping, you can see all of the rules you have set up. So if you decide to change an item in the future, you can change it from that one place. So when to use and when not to use. When to use. So if you're already using tags or have a hierarchy set up similar to profiles, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to use this feature. You can also use it in conjunction with OpenClay. And OpenClay is a natural language processing program that can actually automatically tag your content. So this was introduced in Sitecore 9.1 with Sitecore Cortex. And it's a small piece of code that just needs to be added to your web.config. And then you need to set up your OpenClay tenant, which is free. And then you run this, and all of your content will get tagged based on the body content. So that's really nice, and it requires very minimal effort. So when not to use it, so if you're creating a piece of content for a profile that is not, you're not creating multiple pieces of content for that, it doesn't really make sense to set up the rule. So if it's just for one piece of content, you can do that manually. And then it's also important to note that because this is a rules-based engine, one tag can override another tag. So you need to be careful about how you set up your tags and the rules. So guide to getting started. So obviously you'll have to have your profile set up. And if you don't have this set up, it's a really great workshopping topic to set up your profiles, thinking about what profiles you should have on your site and making sure that you have good personas on your site and you understand interests and that you've created the marketing definitions around your profiles. And then you want to tag your content. So if you haven't done so already, you can install and run OpenClay, and that'll automatically tag your content as long as you're on Sitecore 9.1 or newer. And then it's really important to ensure you have a clean information architecture. So in the example I showed with the appliance blogs, having all of those appliance blogs under that item makes this a lot easier. So if you have a branch for each of your services or products or industries, that's definitely going to help make this a lot easier for you. All right, and I'll hand it back over to Jana to talk about segmentation.
Awesome. All right, great. So let me pull up. Yes, so we will talk about segmentation in psychoanalytics, and let's start with, yes. Okay, so to set up your segmentation in psychoanalytics, you want to go into your list manager. And within your list manager, you will create a new segment like so. And we are going to call the segment Interested in Computers. Right? And we're going to say, use it as an analytics filter. So check this checkbox in here. And we're going to add a rule. So these rules are basically your Sitecore personalization rules. They're very similar to that. So if you guys are familiar with Sitecore personalization, you're going to be fairly familiar with these rules. Okay, I might have to reload this page. Try it again. And analytics filter. And here we go. Oh, there we go. Just hiding from me. Okay. So here's your Sitecore rules engine, very similar to your personalization rules. In this case, we're going to say, we're going to look for a profile. So for users interested in a computer. So we're going to say, if our user fits the profile of in the electronics category and they're interested in computers. Oops, sorry, not this. We're going to, the pattern, interested in computers. There we go. Okay. And save this profile right here. All right. So now in our analytics dashboard, we're going to see a filter on the side in Sitecore 10 and above that has your interactions, including interested in computers. So when you've picked this filter, what you're going to see is all your data is filtered by users that are just interested in computers. So this is great for, if you want to focus your content on any type of, or focus your analytics on any type of segment of users. For example, I have a client that one of their KPIs is to increase their market in the tech sector. So this is great for them to see, well, how engaged are their users in the tech sector, what kind of visits versus value is working, what do their campaigns look like, also what other things their users might be interested in that are also interested in computers. So this could really give you a lot of drill down data for a specific filtered user within Sitecore. And so talking about, a little bit more into the ROI. So McKinsey and Company proposed that if you do have a KPI and analytics driven approach, you could see as much as a 20% increase in your ROI. Again, if you do have certain segments that you want to target, certain users that you can drill down into, that's where Sitecore really shines, because you're able to, unlike Google Analytics, you're really looking at engagement and the experience of the users, and the ability to now drill down into your different segments can really focus the engagement and experience on the users that matter and the segments that matter. With this, you can create your segments based on anything in the rules engine, from users who clicked on a certain campaign, to came from a certain channel, converted certain goals or outcomes to see where they are in the funnel, to what pages they viewed, of course, the profiles and interests and persona of a user, even a company name or email address. So you can focus like your targeted users and just look at, well, users coming from a certain company, what kind of interaction are they having on the site? And in this way, you can really drill down into the user behavior with the segmentation capability. And it's super easy to set up again. So when to use and when not to use, obviously, the whole point is to drill down into your engagement analytics. You're able to use the 100+ rules that come with the Sitecore personalization engine, which includes things which you can even enhance further with data from CRM and marketing automation. The only reason not to use it is for Path Analyzer. So this is really focused on experience analytics. If you wanted to look at the Path Analyzer map, using maps and funnels is still the better way to go. And how to get ready for this. So this is a great one that you can start to get ready for today, whether you're on Sitecore 9 or even before Sitecore 9. So the main thing is, make sure you have set up your marketing suite. So you've set up your goals, you've set up your profiles, you've enhanced your data from marketing automation and CRM to create a really rich profile of your user. But interestingly enough, the segmentation capability actually exists in Sitecore 9. So all you need to do, you can set up all of your segments and be ready so that when you do have Sitecore 10, only in Sitecore 10 and above does it appear in the analytics section of the site. So you can have all of this ready to go, all of your segments set up, and then once you're in Sitecore 10, you can just immediately start to use it if you have it all ready to go before. So everything that I showed you today, you can do with Sitecore 9. All right, and with that, we are at the end of our presentation. Here are some things that you can do to read further into these topics that we've discussed today. With Horizon and SXA in the Sitecore Summit series, our very first one actually, Mark Van Alst demoed Horizon and SXA, and it was an amazing presentation. So I would absolutely recommend it to anyone who's looking to look further into those tools. RDA has both a Sitecore upgrade workshop and a Sitecore upgrade checklist if you are looking at what to do next, and they're both complementary. So you could just go on the site and sign up or download that checklist. If you want to see more features in Sitecore 10, we only focused on 4 features here, but Caitlin and I have a great video to go over all the features of Sitecore 10 that are introduced new. And we also created a blog post on those features. And obviously, Sitecore's documentation is amazing. So if you want to focus on just business users, here's the documentation for business users for Sitecore 10.1, to get yourself up to speed on not just the features, but how exactly to make use of those features and a step-by-step guide on that.
All right. Thank you guys for listening. Here is our contact information. Definitely feel free to reach out. And is there any questions?
Hey, nice presentation. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a quick question. The SXA compatibility with 10.1. Have you all seen any limitations on the compatibility with all of the features of SXA from previous versions and using SXA and Horizon in 10.1?
I haven't seen any limitations so far. Obviously we haven't really built a site with 10.1. We've only played around with it, but with SXA. But looking at Horizon versus Experience Editor using SXA, there's definitely differences in how you use it. So I would say it's a lot easier to use because you do have all of the rendering parameters in the side instead of going within the component to get to the rendering parameters. You can kind of dynamically change things and see it move right in that moment rather than having that pop up and saving and stuff like that. That's the difference. And, there's the sliders and stuff like that you can now use. But I wouldn't say that there is limitations necessarily. The limitations come more from the fact that there is some limited functionality in Horizon in general. For example, within the data source, like changing things out is a little bit more complex. Or if you were to create a Psycho form, for example, you do have to create a form within the form editor, then come into Experience or into Horizon and add the form, and you can't really change the fields of the form within Horizon. So just things like that you have to be mindful of.
Okay.
Okay, we've had a question come in from Eva. Are the workflow buttons, the checkout, check-in, workflow actions available in Horizon?
Good question. I haven't seen them, so I don't think that they are. The publishing definitely is, so you can definitely publish, but I don't think that you can do the actual workflow from Horizon. That is something that you might have to do within Experience Editor still.
Or use your workflow tool? Yeah, everyone still uses that. There was a great workflow extension actually.
Yeah, there you go.
At Psycho Hackathon this year, so you can also check that out.
Any other questions for us?
I don't see any other questions at the
All right,
moment.
awesome.
So,
Do you know if rendering variants are available as well through Horizon for SXA?
Yes, you can have the variants in there. So maybe I could actually just pull it up real quick. Yeah. So rendering variants are available within SXA and Horizon. It's just, I don't know if I might have closed out my Horizon editor. But yeah, it is available. It is available. It is one of the parameters actually that you can change. Change the variant in there.
Yeah, it's definitely super snappy, right? Compared to the other Experience Editor. So
yes,
yeah.
Yes, very snappy. Yes, for sure.
I think that's it, right?
All right,
Thanks,
awesome.
everyone.
Well, thank you
both.
for having us. We are very privileged to be part of it. So thank you guys for having us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
thanks for joining.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. So we'll have Amir joining us shortly. He'll be going through enhancing the Experience Editor experience. So give him a few minutes to join.
Be strong.
Now is the time for solidarity in the face of this threat to all of humanity. I implore leaders to stand together and heed this appeal.
Hey,
Welcome.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's happening, Amir?
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Apart from the whole end the broadcast early bit. little fire drill, but
Yeah.
It's got to be one.
yeah.
Yeah, it's gone for a long 18 hours. Similar thing happened last year as well, but we're back up and running, back on the same channel. So
24 hours is a long time to go without it.
yeah, exactly. How was your weekend been so far?
Excellent. Yeah, it's starting to warm up a little bit here in Los Angeles. So.
Oh, you're down in LA, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right on the outskirts. Yeah.
No last minute presentation issues, no last minute prep.
We'll see. No, everything's good.
Yeah.
Run it down to the wire.
Okay. Yeah, we'll start on we'll give it a few more minutes and then we can start.
Yeah.
Sure. Jason, are you printing all those drones or?
No, I
drones?
I printed parts for them.
Got it.
But I didn't print the drones themselves are built out of carbon fiber, so. But it's I've got a bit of an RC problem Now,
yeah. Jason shared a few of his videos, which are pretty good, pretty fun to watch. Actually.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to fly.
Yeah.
But
Next SUGCON on your farm, Jason, and we can all all bring our drones and race them.
Well, it's funny. We within the Psycor community, we've got a few FPV enthusiasts. There's a few of us. A couple from Belarus. We've got a few a few of the Swiss folks are into FPV, flying drones and drone racing and things like that. So it's not only me.
Yeah, I can imagine flying them in Switzerland will be good fun.
Yeah, I see everybody is putting their now that the snow's melted or melting and things, a lot of people are putting up all their flight videos where they dive the Alps. They fly their long range drones, way to the top and then fly down, and it's just gorgeous.
It's amazing how it just changed. I remember I had one of those like first drones from Sharper Image. It was like $800, and it like flew for literally 4 minutes, and then you had to charge the battery for about 12 hours to do that. And I was like, got this little guy for like $12 off.
Oh, nice.
Off Amazon.
Yeah, I think depending on how hard you fly, you still only get anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes out of a battery, unless you're going for actual long range flight, and then you're lucky to get 15 or 20 minutes. But it's not a 12-hour recharge, thank the Lord.
Right. And it died like 6 months later.
Amir, do you want to start sharing your screen?
Sure.
We'll bring it up. Okay, let's give it a minute, and we can we'll make a start.
I like that title slide.
Yeah, I was like, is that the browser? Nice.
That took 12 hours on its own.
All right, well, here we are. Let's take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, hello everyone. My name is Amir Satuna. I am here to present the session on enhancing the experience editor experience. I'm a technical director for the cycle practice at Waypath, and obviously, besides my poor alliteration skills in producing the session's title, I'm also a 2020 Cycler MVP, and I've been working exclusively with Cycle for about 13 years or so now. One of the greatest things about Cycler, obviously, is that it can also be one of its downfalls, unfortunately. It's the Cycler is extremely flexible, right? And you can build a website a million different ways. And if care is not taken to ensure that the authors have a pleasant experience, it can lead to frustration on their part and eventually get to a point where they turn against Cycler. Nobody wants that, and for the most part, with a little pre-planning and a little adjusted thinking, it can all be avoided. Right? Personally, I think the authors should be able to have great flexibility and feel empowered to build powerful pages without having to ask for a Cycler developer for help. So just remember that Cycler is a content management system, right? Building a page should be easy, and they should not have to rely on developers or significant technical training to do it. So just a quick couple of things what to expect out of this session is that obviously it's a very broad topic, and many of the suggestions I'm going to present are subjective to me. But I hope that I can help with understanding the importance of keeping the authoring process intuitive and friendly. Show you a couple examples of how to improve the out-of-the-box experience editor, and kind of brief overview of those experiences. And just keep in mind the focus on this will be kind of traditional MVC components, obviously SXA and upcoming Horizon. It has some of these features built in, and Caitlin and Jada did a great job of showing that in the previous session. We'll be focusing a little more on the traditional kind of way of doing Psychor. What we're not going to probably do is do a technical deep dive into how the enhancements were built. I'll touch on the code and show you a little bit of that. But for the most part, there's good blog posts of these these enhancements already. And if not, I will be putting that together. This is not a starter kit, just like Habitat. Good code. Some of the example code will be provided in a GitHub repo, as well as pointers to the existing community components that are out there for this. What I'm hoping to walk away with you guys to walk away with from this is that think outside the box a little bit when it comes to the experience editor. I'm simply providing some example ideas on how to experience can be improved. But what's most important is that as architects, developers, BAs, product managers, that we start thinking about these concepts and prioritizing the overall experience, not just focusing so much on the final website. So remember that Psychor is extremely extensible. So that can be used to advantage to make these authoring experiences amazing. I want you guys to challenge yourselves to provide the best possible experiences for the content authors. They are, after all, the people that use Psychor every day. And remember that Psychor has two parts: the final website that the consumers see, but as well as the authoring process, right? Both, to me, are extremely important in a successful project. Before we get into the specifics of the examples, I just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of best practices. Make sure that we take these things into consideration as well. All right, so one big thing, one of the scariest things that an author can see when they're creating a page is a big technical exception on a page, right? They'll think they broke something and lose confidence in the system over time. More often than not, it could be as simple as them forgetting to set a data source, but if it's not handled well, they get a scary message and they get scared, right? So we want to catch these exceptions. So what we want to see is, show friendly error messages. If there is an error with the view, with the component, handle that gracefully, show a nice message. If there is, for example, required fields or required configuration that a component needs before it can be displayed, show that as well in a friendly way. And in certain cases, a component, for example, just cannot be viewed in the experience editor.
Hey Amir, I think your sound cut out. Could you
I don't think he can hear us. Amir, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you. Let me take it out.
That's a little awkward, huh?
Yeah, like it's.
I don't even know if he can see us.
Well, he should be. Let me let me share my screen. I don't even know what to do. It's funny. Here, let me share this.
I don't even think he's watching the screen.
Is there? Do we have his phone number? Can someone call him?
Yeah, let me see if I can do that.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. Like. He's still talking, so I have no clue. if he understands that we can't hear him. We can't hear you, man. Oh gosh. It's not just me, right? Then you can't hear me.
No, I can't hear me there.
All right, so we should, if you have his phone number, Mike, do you have his number? You're calling him? Yeah, he's calling him. Mike, do you have his number? Oh gosh, this is not even funny. Look at your screen. Look at your screen.
Nope.
Hey, Amir, we cannot hear you. Yes. Yeah. Give me a second.
Hey guys, sorry about. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Oh boy, how far did I lose you?
A long time. We were trying to get your attention.
Oh man, yeah, I just saw the call from Mike.
Yeah, I just called you. I left a message saying we can't hear you.
Can you restart from like maybe the previous slide?
Okay, I bet. Did you guys lose it a while back?
Yeah, like a good 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll run through.
Do from there, please. Yeah.
From here, okay. Sorry about that. Not sure what happened. All right. Okay. So yeah, those you guys can read. But all right. So a couple of best practices before we get into the actual demo. So one of the scariest things that for authors, for an author to see is a big technical exception on a page. Obviously, they'll think they broke something and lose confidence in the system. More often than not, it could be a simple thing as them forgetting to set a data source, right? But if it's not handled well, they can get a scary message, right? A foundation, So how do you handle that? You can, show friendly error messages, right? If there's an error, show them nicely. If they have a configuration issue, maybe they didn't fill out some required fields, show that to them nicely. If the video component, for example, we have a video component that can't be shown in the experience editor mode, right? Even if they need instructions to view that, show that to them in preview mode. So how do you do all that? It's very simple. Sometimes you can have a foundation kind of method for your controller. So instead of, for example, returning a view traditionally like in the controller, you could have a foundational method that handles all your returns for your views. And in that method, you could pass in the view name and the model, but also allows you to do some prerequisite checks beforehand, right? So if the data source is null, make sure that you handle that. You can return a different view when the data source is null, or you can also pass in predicates so that you can check for the model, making sure it's valid, and if it's not, handle that properly. And if everything's good, at that point, then you return the property. All right, so the other thing is making sure that you can actually edit things in the experience editor properly, right? One of the most common frustrations for users is having to constantly switch back and forth between the experience editor and the content editor. Eventually, they will slowly use less and less of the experience editor and, start losing faith in it, right? So we want to make sure that they can do everything without having to go back and forth. If you have things like static labels, make sure those are still editable, right? We can use dictionary module that's actually in Habitat, and I know I mentioned that Habitat's not a starter kit, but it does have some useful examples of certain modules. Allow the editors to create, edit, insert, delete everything within the experience editor. It's some of the components in SciCore, you can create and you can edit, but you may not be able to insert or delete within it. So you want to make sure you can handle that properly. And and make sure they see an accurate representation of the final result, right? We want to make sure that what they work on is actually what's going to eventually be produced on the site, and that there's no discrepancies or kind of big variations between what they're editing and what the final result will be. A couple of things for the basic kind of implementations. Make sure we have insert options set properly. Obviously, in the experience editor, we rely on insert options, which is basically telling Sitecore what type of data item can be inserted at a particular point in the tree. And these insert options are important so that you can create pages properly and everything in Sitecore. I want to make sure you have placeholder settings and rendering thumbnails. So if you don't have placeholder settings, that's what defines what components are available on a particular placeholder. If you don't set them, they get presented with this like content tree expression of the renderings, and it's hard for them to navigate. This way you can dictate what components are shown, and also showing little thumbnails of what the component might look like will help them significantly with producing that. Experience editor buttons. So we'll get into that a little bit more and show how they can be extended. These are basically buttons within the experience editor that allow you to insert or make changes to particular fields. Well, it seems pretty obvious, but a lot of people miss it. Allow the content to be editable in the experience editor. So this goes back to, when you're creating the views, you have to make sure that those fields that you're outputting are actually editable. And I'm a big proponent of GlassMapper. GlassMapper can significantly help simplify these tasks and is an overall very good tool for mapping your models. All right, what kind of enhancements are we going to see in this demo? So we're going to see some out-of-the-box configurations, some little hidden configurations sometimes that go missed. We'll see some custom code and some custom components. And we'll touch quickly on some component architecture stuff, although we're not really going to talk about that in this demo. But it is important, obviously, how these components are built. All right, so since we already got our glitch out of the way, hopefully the demo gods are pleased and we can move on to the next section, which is demoing what we just talked about. All right. Can everybody still see the screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the first demo here. We talk about rendering parameters, and the rendering parameters is something that's very common for everyone. The rendering parameters allow you to set some options on a particular component, and it's unique to this instance of that component. So, for example, I have this banner, which, by the way, I'm using our Los Angeles Sitecore user group website as a demo platform that I'm rebuilding in Sitecore. So we'll be using that today. So rendering parameters, for example, let's say I have this component on this page, and I also want to use it on a different page. But in this particular instance of it, I kind of want to hide this particular the countdown, right? So the traditional way of doing that is you have your rendering parameters kind of hidden underneath this edit component properties section, right? You see here's our little option that we've added to this component. But once you're here, you also see a bunch of technical things that are probably not important to the customer or to the author, right? And also may confuse or scare them, right? So it'd be great if we could save a click and also get rid of all that other stuff, right? So this is the original version of this was I found it from Adam Kahn back quite a while back ago. I updated it to work with Sitecore 10.1 a little bit, but basically all that does is we took all of that and we put it on a little web edit button here, right? And when you click that, you're seeing simply just a rendering parameter, right? Nothing else. You can check it. You don't have to be worried about anything else. It goes away. Save the item, right? And you're good to go. So we're starting out with really simple stuff, right? Really easy, kind of quick things we can do. And this is custom code, and the way that's handled is we have a new in the core database, we have a new web edit button. All right, and what this is doing is it's basically just pointing to a new command, which we've defined in our code, right? And that code is defined right here. So this is the command we built, and it's pointing to this particular piece of code, and we won't get into the code, but all that's doing is I just wanted to show you how all that is hooked up together, right? So we created a button, we pointed it to a command, the command points to some code, and we pass in some parameters to that code. And in this particular instance, you can actually have template sections. So this is the banner options, and it'll show you all the fields underneath that template section. Or you could specify certain fields, right? The other key thing that's important here is you'll see that I want to use consistent icons between these things. So that helps the authors kind of get familiar with the system. They know that if I see this gear icon, I'm touching rendering parameters, and they feel more comfortable with that, right? Pretty straightforward, nothing fancy there. So let's move back to our demo here. Another big thing that just, again, very simple thing that's missed is this navigation bar. Sometimes the authors are like, well, how do I create a page? You know, and if I want to do something, where do I go? And this is another reason they keep switching back to the content editor. And simple, quick little thing, make sure you show them how to turn that on, right? Now you can navigate to a page, and if I want to create an event, I can, do so right here, whatever, okay? All right, going back to the homepage. So moving on. All right, let's talk about the next component here, which is actually one of my favorite enhancements so far that I've seen with the Experience Editor. So this particular component, shows some generic information, right? But it also has some details about our event that's coming up, which is a separate data item altogether. Right? It also includes certain fields that can't be edited directly, like maybe the time field, or this particular image is like a background image, so it doesn't have its own image tag. It's a background attribute on the parent element here. And traditionally, the way you would deal with something like that, or you would use something called edit frames, right? So edit frames are basically the same concept as what you see here. Is you wrap a particular element in an edit frame, and then it gives you can set up certain buttons to help you edit whatever you need to edit. So you want to edit this field, you want to edit that up. So there's a few ways to invoke edit frames. There's the Cycler way, there's the Glass Mapper way, and then there's the third option that I'm going to show you here, which is to me is the most intuitive. So the traditional ways, which is the Cycler and the Glass Mapper way, they're disliked by some developers because sometimes for good reason. They inject some HTML around what you're doing, so that can sometimes break the front end, and it looks a little odd. And you also have to use kind of nested using statements and kind of sometimes do checks to make sure you're in the Experience Editor mode. So it's a little bulky. So this way, which is was actually originally created by our own Cam here. So Sir Converse Jamal here has come up with this fantastic way, which is what we use is called these little custom edit frames, right? And the blog post with the details of how this all works it will be included in the presentation. But basically what this allows you to do is it allows you to create a one-line little thing that circumvents all of that. It does the check for you. It does the check to make sure you're in the Experience Editor. And all you do is pass in a title, an icon class, which particularly points to font awesome icons here. And then you pass in the fields you want to edit. And then it's simply just a matter of a one-click option here, right? You click it, it directly brings you the things that you need to edit. So for example, this particular component has some information here, but it's also pointing to the event, like I mentioned. So let's see what happens if I change. So look at our banner here, right? Let's turn the real quick. Let's turn the countdown back on this. All right, so we have 9 hours here. But in this particular case, we have a the event also tied to this component. So they're sharing the start time, right? So there's the same data element, and it's showing it here. It's showing it today at 10:30 p.m. And what if we added that to be tomorrow, right? Let's change that and save that. So that quickly allowed us to edit a data element that not only updated our date here, but if we look at our countdown, it also updated. So really quick, you can edit data elements that are not just part of this component, but also share data elements in that. We also have venue information regarding this this particular event. Those are again separate data elements, but we can easily edit them here, right? If you click that, get the online. And as I mentioned, this image, for example, is a background image. So if we want to edit that, click that, and we can edit the image, right? Really, really useful tool. You're going to see these icons throughout the rest of the demonstration. And I made them a little bit bigger, more intrusive here for the purposes of the demo, but they can be as small as you want. And you can show them in whatever variation you want, whether they are big boxes like that or whether they're smaller icons. All right, so moving on. I briefly mentioned the dictionary elements earlier. And that's important because, for example, these are static labels, right? So where and when, and even these labels in here. So this is important for multilingual sites, as well as being able to give the author an option to edit these somewhere. So, you could have made these a separate component. You could have had a separate field for these, but for the most part, you don't need to, right? Because these are static labels. They should be managed in a central location. That's where the dictionary component comes in. So there's a very good example of an implementation of a dictionary component in Psychor Habitat. It's different than the traditional old Psychor dictionary, which had like the DAT file and all that stuff that never got updated properly. But in this case, these are actual Psychor items, right? As you can see, I can edit them right here within the experience editor, right? And how does all that work, right? So real quickly, switching to the code. We can see that it's a simple one-liner once we implemented the module. Wherever you need something translated or stored as a dictionary item, you simply place this dictionary field helper over here. So it can either be a dictionary field or a dictionary as shown up here. And the difference is the dictionary field makes it editable in Experience Editor, right? What it does is it takes a parameter of a relative path to the start of your dictionary, and I'll show you what that looks like in the content editor, and a default value, right? Now, this is important because it allows them to edit that right in Experience Editor, but it's also extremely important if you have multilingual sites, right? So what that actually does, and you can actually enable it so that the first time someone loads this page in Experience Editor, it can actually create those items for you within Psychor. So if we go to the content editor, you can see that these dictionary items are here and they're automatically created these things. So I can come in here now. The authors can change it here. They can change it in the Experience Editor. But most importantly, they can actually add translations, right? I don't have any languages right now, but if you did have additional languages, you could create translations for that, for these static labels. That's also important even for the authoring experience. Even though these are never shown on the website, right? The authoring experience can be translated so that when foreign language authors are using the Experience Editor, they can see those changes. All right, so that's it on dictionary. Moving on to the next element. All right, so there are some out-of-the-box experience buttons that we could use. So for example, if we take a quick look at this, we can see how we have this button here to edit some of the fields here. For example, if we want to edit this icon, and we can't do it directly in the Experience Editor. So this is similar to how the custom edit frames were working, but we're using out-of-the-box Psychor features here, and that required no code or additional logic, right? So clicking the pencil can bring up fields to do that. And again, this is very simple. Again, this is Going back to the core database real quick. They're defined in the same exact place as the other buttons. All right, so we created a details button. In this case, though, instead of our custom command, we're simply using the Sitecore field editor button template and then passing in the fields that we want to make editable on the site. And then what you do is once you have that, you associate that with your rendering definition. Right? So if we go to our featured tile, you can see that we have underneath the custom experience buttons, we have the featured tile details button that we just created in the core database. So again, those are really easy, but it makes the editing of certain components that are not editable traditionally easy to edit. Okay. Going back to rendering parameters real quick. This is a more kind of broad topic, but I like to work with my front-end developers in the beginning of any kind of project, right? Because a lot of times what you see is you'll see this component here, and the designs may call for this component in a few different ways, right? So traditionally, you might create 4 different components for each, one for each variation, but that can easily be handled a different way, because if you have 4 different components, then that means it's 4 more components that are shown and when you're trying to add a component, it creates more confusion for the authors about which one to use. So why not use rendering parameters to kind of dictate those styles? One of the fun ways of doing that is we created a global kind of CSS-based configuration, right? So if we go to the rendering parameters for this, you see we have a couple different styles, tile style and tile theme. So let's check this one and see what happens, right? So I click large tiles and I click OK. You see that the component actually same data source, but now it's a different style. So compare this to kind of variants and XSA. But what it's allowing you to do, and this was again, we're not rendering a new view or anything like that. All this is doing is adding a CSS class at the top level element of this component, and it changes now to be completely different, right? This gives the authors flexibility, and it's using the same component but in different ways, right? And this module, it's foundational because all it's doing is injecting CSS, right? So this is not just for this particular component. Once you have the foundation built, you could use that on any single component and all you have to do is you create the CSS options that basically just map to a CSS class. And then if they use it, you simply add that to the element and it looks different. So let's go back to show you the same thing can be done with the theme, right? So right now it's a teal color. Let's change it to purple. Really easy, really flexible, empowers the authors, and gets them invested in the system to give them flexibility so they don't feel so stuck. They can create different things. They can do all sorts of stuff without necessarily having to come to a developer. Right. All right, moving on. All right, I don't know if you noticed, but when I was trying to select this component, when I click on it, sometimes it's picking the summary field, sometimes it's picking the component itself, but sometimes it's hard to get to the component level, right? So what if there was an awesome way to do that? Well, going back to Cam's expertise again, he's also built us this little feature called highlight renderings, or the rendering Chrome windows. What this does is it enables an option in the experience editor, and if you click that, it puts this nice little box around your components, right? So now I can just simply click on the box and I'm right where I need to be. It also creates a nice little separation so that you can see exactly where the component starts and ends. And overall very useful to just kind of see the overall structure of the page. Really easy to add those as well. Once you have the foundation in place, it's a one-liner at the top level of your component. You simply add this, and it will render those boxes for you. It alternates between a couple colors right now, which are defined in the CSS class that you can update. It also has instead of these are, as you notice, this was a widget Chrome. It also has a container Chrome, which is more of a different color, and this is more for like a placeholder or a particular component that acts as a container for other components. Overall, very easy to use. As you can see, right now it's a little technical, it's showing you the full details of the controller. But with the config option, you can actually turn off this technical section over here, and it'll just say feature tile, which is probably what you would want to do on a production environment for the authors. But in our case, really easy to turn on and off, and helps a lot with identifying the components. All right, moving on to the next thing. So for multi-site solutions, there's always been a concern with, well, if I need to insert a data source for this component, where do I put it? And how do I define where it goes? So traditionally, if we're on a rendering param, I'm sorry.
We lost it again. Mike, can you call him? Oh, gosh.
Oh, man, what's going on?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We just lost you for a few seconds.
You know, it seems like it's not recognizing that I'm talking. Let me plug it in so it doesn't go off again. 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry
we
about
can
that,
hear
guys. That one was quicker, right?
Yeah, that one was just like 10, 15 seconds.
I can see you this time. Okay. So sorry, going back real quick. So let's go back to here. So on a traditional component, when you want to define where the data sources for this component should be used, for example, where the data should be stored and which template to use, you would define that on the rendering definition item here and here, right? But in a multi-site solution, you may want to put the data sources in this particular folder for site 1. And if you add another site, you would want to obviously store the data sources for that component in its respective folder. So again, this is an example that came out of the Habitat solution. It's called local data sources. It was actually one of the more confusing components in the beginning, but once you realize what it does, it's extremely powerful. So what that allows you to do in here is instead of putting the data source location on the rendering definition, which is global, right? You put the definition in this format, which is just an arbitrary way for the component to look at it. It starts with site : and then you give it a name. And the name is the name of the configuration, right? Once you have that, and once you've turned on the support local databases feature, what you can do now is you can go to your settings folder for the data source location, and this would have to get created. But what you can do is you can go and you can insert a new data source configuration. And what this does now is it allows you to see all the renderings that you had enabled for this feature, right? So if I open this, you're going to see you're only going to see the components that had that enabled. Oops, sorry, the wrong item there. Anyway, so it only shows you the renderings that you had that enabled for. And what this allows you to do is now you can set a data source location. So those same 2 fields that you had on the rendering definition, you now have them at the local site level, right? So for Helix compliance and things like that, this is critical. So now you can say, okay, I want all of my speaker list component data sources to go right here, and it's obviously local to this site. And you could even use a template specific to this site, right? So we have a template created at the project level here, and we would use that to create the items for that component. So this helps you with not having to create multiple versions of a component. What traditionally happens also before this was enabled was that people would get really clever and creative with having Sitecore queries in here and hoping for relative paths and relying on those to get to where they need to go. So none of that anymore. We don't have to worry about that. We are now able to use this component, and what that does is in the file results. So let's try to add one here. So if we want to add a new tile component here, you can see when we click it, it gives you the option to quickly insert it to the global folder that we specified as soon as it comes up. If it comes up. There it is. Okay. So you can see this is the global folder. It's a global repository that we specified for the where we wanted the data sources, and it also gives you the local content option. So the local content is for every page we have specific local folders if you want to have a local data source. To do that, that's actually an option that you can disable on the local data source component. So if you don't want the local source, you could disable it here. This is actually an enhancement that was not available on the Habitat version. Certain people also, when they have local folders, they have subfolders, right? So let's say we want all our banners stored within a banner folder inside the local content folder. You could specify a subfolder here as well. So then when you insert a new item, it would automatically go to the banner folder for the local data sources. All right, so I know kind of going through these kind of fast, but I'm definitely here for answer more questions on these later. All right, moving on to the next one. Going back to the component here, you saw that we have an icon here, right? Well, where did this come from? Is this a picture? Is this an image? It's not, right? So with the modern front-end technologies, there's font icons and things like that are more popular. So what we're showing here is don't be afraid to use custom fields in Psycho, right? So traditionally, what you would do there is either pick an image or you would create a drop-down of all possible icons. Well, we don't want that, right? We want to be able to give people a nice, intuitive way of picking an icon. So this module was built by Derek Hunziker. It's a icon selector. So what this does is it actually points to the CSS class and allows you to CSS file, apologize. And then it shows all of the icons that are available in that. I've enhanced it a little bit with some search functionality. Well, it had some search, but I enhanced it to kind of reduce it just down to the results. So you can see you can quickly choose it. And this is all a custom field, right? And all that does is it stores the CSS, but the interface for you to choose the icon is extremely intuitive and allows you to quickly make that change, right? Click save. And just like that, we have the icon selected, and it automatically starts the animation and things like that. It works out of the box since it's a web font. So the key there is don't be afraid to use custom fields when necessary. Obviously, it adds an additional layer of making sure you can maintain those as Psycho does upgrades. But in certain cases where it warrants it, it's very useful and can help authors significantly improve their experience. All right, next thing, let's move to the speaker list component here. All right, so again, we see all our friendly little icons here, but let's talk about something here. So traditionally, Psycho has an insert function, right? So let's say we want to add, we have some speakers here. We can edit the component to add existing authors to it, right? We have all these new speakers, and I can add them to the list. But what if we want to add a brand new speaker? Well, how do we do that? Well, you would either have to navigate to the speaker landing page and create it here, or go to the content editor, but wish there was a way to do it directly from here, right? Now, Psycho has this insert button, but what this does is it wants to insert a child item directly under where the data source for this is.
You might want to start wrapping up a little bit so you can leave some time for questions and answers.
Will do, Mike. We'll do it. I got
right.
one more thing, and that's after that.
Right.
All right. So if we click insert item here, it traditionally wants to bring up insert the items directly underneath the item. That's not a very good thing because it's not where we want the speaker. So in order to do that, we have this custom insert item, which allows you to directly place the item underneath where we want it. Now, this is a secret little field that requires no code. There was no customization there. But if we switch back to the content author really quickly, and I'll start wrapping up, is that we have, this is an exact copy of the insert button. So you see the command here is web edit new. We created a new function here called insert speaker. It's still web edit new, but one secret little parameter is this item ID. And a lot of people have not seen this or know it's there, but this item ID allows you to specify the root of where you want to insert that item. So by simply adding this little item ID in the parameter, you can now insert that item using the existing Psycor functionality directly where you want it. All right, so I want to add a new one. We'll skip over that. Another thing. All right, so all those steps are still a little complicated, right? So how do we help people not get scared and do all that stuff, right? We can now help elements. Imagine the customer, author coming here, they want to be able to edit something. They're not really sure exact steps. So we can add this little custom help button. And what this is doing, it's actually using the out-of-the-box Psycor field. So every item in Psycor has a help function, right? If you click on it, you go to configure, there's these help fields that are on every item. Even rendering definitions have that item, right? But they're not really used anywhere. So what we can do is we can actually reuse those rendering items. And for example, to go back to our speaker list here, and if we go down to the help section, right here, right? We got the thing. We're actually pointing to a video here. We got some instructions. So the users can come here, they can see things, they can actually see a little video on how to build this. And obviously this is not the video for that. I stole that off of the Master Psycor channel. But anyway, so imagine taking about 5-10 minutes for each of these videos of your components. It will take less than a day to build this entire help function for every component, but it will significantly help users to do things like that. And let's see, what's the last thing? All right, the last thing, and just real quick, and we'll wrap it up, is if we go to the event detail page real quick, this is a component that was grabbed from Tomasz Juranek and originally built by Tamer Mehyar. Certain situations, for example, we have a event here and it has sessions, right? If we add a session to this component here using the default insert function from Psycor, you'll see that it will go to the top of the item here. We have this is our new session, so session 3, right? But we don't want it here, right? We want it at the bottom. Now, if you use the traditional out-of-the-box sort methods here, we can sort it, right? We can move it down, but you can see we have some unwanted stuff, and we can't really get rid of it. So the component or the enhancement of that inherits from that and allows you to, you can still drag, but you can also delete, and you can also edit the fields directly from here if you needed to. Just like that, okay? And all right, so I believe that's the last thing I wanted to show. So here's my information. Reach on Slack, Twitter, or it's a LinkedIn with a QR code here. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. The GitHub repo with some of this example code and the enhanced version of them will be coming soon. You can scan this later and I'll take you there. My blog for this stuff, and I'll be starting a new Content Hub series, will be available there. And if you have any questions about how to implement this stuff or you need help, you can go ahead and reach out to Waypath and we'll definitely be able to help you out there. So apologies for the audio issues, but if you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Nice. All right. Let's see if we have any questions. Still waiting. No questions. Maybe.
Oh, wait. There's a question. Can you repeat all the stuff nobody could hear during the audio issues?
I thought I did.
Could you rewind the VHS tape to start over again?
I'll make a deal. Anybody that wants to see it, reach out to me. I'll give you a one-on-one re-presentation of this demo.
So I think you did show us how people could reach out to you. What's the best way to reach out to you?
Slack. If you're on Slack, let me go back to that slide.
Can they call you like I tried?
Absolutely. Yeah. Mike Reynolds. I was like, I'm famous now if he's calling me.
It's like, well, wait a minute, he's calling me. What's going on with that?
I just thought you needed help with the coffee table.
Oh, yeah, I definitely need help with that. If you know how to get that to work, yeah, it would be very well. At this point, I'm just going to toss it. Or at least I have the coffee.
Slack or LinkedIn. This little QR code will take you right to my LinkedIn, and either one of those, I can actually help you out. And thanks again to Cam for obviously helping create half this presentation in 2017, 2018.
Oh, a question did bubble up.
How much overall time does this add to a typical project to add these enhancements?
Not very much. As you saw, most of the stuff, and I didn't go into the code, but I mean, obviously everything you saw here was available for you to use right away. But traditionally, it's more about just realizing the need first. That's the most important thing. Is like, okay, how can I improve this experience? What does the author need to be able to do their job better? And most of the stuff is very easy. If it's a simple kind of pipeline processor, things like that, those are not very complicated. There's certain things that you have to get into the weeds with Sitecore JavaScript files and things like that. Those can be a little more complicated. But for the most part, given the extensibility and flexibility of Sitecore, it's really, really easy to make these changes.
Do any of these enhancements make Experience Editor faster?
I mean, the Experience Editor itself, probably not, but it'll make your content authoring experience much faster. A lot of this stuff helps. Like, I've had clients that basically were able to build entire new sites that outside the original, SOW that we did on their own, right? So spin up a whole brand new site with zero developer involvement, right? And some consultants, contractors may frown on that, but I think it should be there for the authors to do their job, and to be able to spin up a whole new site without any kind of developer involvement is a success for me.
Nice. All right, man. Thank you so much. I don't think we have any more comments. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Coming up, we have Sitecore XP and Data Lake by Adam. So let me add Adam to here. Hey, Adam. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing okay. It's really hot outside, and I got the AC cranking.
No joke. Yeah, we're about to get in here in Boston.
I'm in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm like 40 miles north of you. It's here already.
You have AC. That's the impressive part. New England.
I do have AC. I'm in New Hampshire. It's not like I'm out in the woods. So actually, I am out in the woods.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just getting mentally prepared, I think, for a hot weekend. We just moved to the burbs. We did the whole pandemic shuffle, moved from the city to the suburbs during the pandemic. And so I don't think we've even tested the AC units here, really figured out our strategy yet.
Which suburb of Boston did you guys move to?
Bedford, near Lexington or Concord.
I guess that is the burbs. I'm thinking about it. I haven't been to Bedford in like 20 years.
I can see at least 20 trees from my window. I think that means it's the burbs. It's definitely not Somerville, which is where.
Yeah, it's definitely not Somerville at all. A little bit different terrain. I grew up on the North Shore.
No way! Yeah,
I'm from Lynn originally. I'm from Lynn.
Yeah, great.
I mean, right next door.
Yep.
I lived in Swampscott at one point in Salem, and I left. I moved to New Hampshire from Canada, but I'm from Massachusetts.
Gotcha.
Which is really kind of weird. I tell people that here, and they don't believe me, but whatever.
Hey, Adam, can you share your screen so we can put that up?
Yeah, great. How's that?
Oh, 1 second.
Here we go. Yeah, we can see it.
Sweet.
While we're waiting for time, I'd like to encourage everybody to go and donate to our fundraiser. We are really not meeting our goal, so.
Oh, bummer.
Hoping,
get on that, people.
People will watch this again later. The fundraiser will still be up if you're watching this tomorrow or next week, whatever. please please go and contribute. The fight against COVID is not over yet.
Yeah, it's a great thing you guys are doing. Yeah,
We only raised $626. All right, let's read a few names. Hopefully
that only covers my speaker fee.
We have Anders Loeb, who donated. We have Andy Perry. We have Jim Patillo, some guy named Mike Raybold, Madri, and Ben. Ben seems to be the richest of all, as he usually is. But that's pretty sad. Half of these guys are organizers. You got to do a better job. So if you're watching this, don't donate to us. That's not what we're asking. We're asking you to donate to a charity. So please use the link below and donate. 626 is a real place. Come on, seriously. 24 hours. That's all we could raise. I need to raid Ben's wallet. So this is for the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. So please do donate. Cool. While saying that, I'm going to donate while I'm at it. I can't donate as much as Ben. Ben makes mucho dollars. All right.
We got another couple of minutes here. Should I play one of the videos for the...
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Go for it.
That was awesome, Ben. I didn't know you produced that. There's another one. Play the other one too.
Now is the time for solidarity in the face of this threat to all of humanity. I implore leaders to stand together and heed this appeal.
All right, so we got Dylan who donated during those, so that worked, Ben.
Some more public shaming.
Yeah. All right, Adam, you can go. You're all
you, man.
All right, let's do it. So I'm going to talk about connecting Sitecore XP to a data lake or a data warehouse. And the subtitle here is Now You're Swimming in Personalization Opportunities. This really should be Now You're Swimming in Personalization and Analytics Opportunities. So I'll cover both. These titles can only be so long. So, okay, hold on one second. I know what's going on here. Gotta go here and then click on raw values. Okay, all right, there we go.
Personalizing your personalization.
I'm personalizing my presentation on the fly. So my name is Adam Rabato. I'm the VP of Data Activation at Velir. Velir is a full-service digital agency. It's been around for about 20 years. We're a Platinum Sitecore partner. And my work at Velir focuses on customer data, whether it's personalization, customer data platforms, data warehouses, data lakes. all the above analytics. So we'll be talking today about a solution that is launching just in a couple of weeks, actually. So I'll be getting into kind of the nitty-gritty technical details of how to wire things up and connect everything, get data flowing. But first, I wanted to start with the why. And it all comes back to customer experience. It's, you don't have to go far to find a white paper or study that talks about the importance of customer experience. I have one here up from Forrester. And I think the interesting through line between a lot of these studies is the link between customer experience and data. So if you look at the bottom, the challenges to producing or to improving customer experience are often related to, are often data challenges. It's being able to derive insights from your users. It's about being able to personalize their experience based on data you're collecting on them. Translating data into a consistent format, responding in real time. You need data flowing in order to do that, and creating omni-channel experiences. I definitely want to emphasize that one on the bottom right, because I think that is kind of the promise that has been made to a lot of marketers recently is, there's these omni-channel experiences that draw from a consistent data source. And there's been, some challenges along the way. I think a lot of people have struggled to build this. So I think the solution I'll be talking about today really tackles that and addresses it in a robust way. And the interesting thing about improving customer experience with data is that it's not as if we don't have enough data, right? There's a deluge of data that's available to marketers today, whether it's from a mobile platform or advertising or the website or search or email and e-commerce. It's not that we don't have enough data, it's that we don't have data maturity, we don't have strategies for connecting data points, we don't have the infrastructure to connect the data points. I mean, there's a ton of different reasons why this is. But having the data is not the problem. It's some of those things I just mentioned a second ago. So again, quoting Forrester, despite access to more customer data than ever before, companies struggle to harness this data to meet customer experience expectations. And just 36% of respondents claim mature personalization and omni-channel marketing capabilities. There's also a report from Seagate talking about how only like 20 to 30% of all data points collected by organizations are actually used or activated in some way. So I think there's a lot of research and material that speaks to this challenge here. So how can we bridge that gap between this slide saying that having access to data is going to produce great, fantastic customer experience, and this slide saying that, well, I already have data. So it really comes down to connecting these data points. So in connecting data silos and connecting data points, a lot of organizations take this strategy of a series of point-to-point integrations. So you may have a direct connection between the website and your CRM system, your website and the email system and the CRM system, and the list goes on. And there are certainly valid use cases for that, for login and security and other purposes. It makes sense to have that kind of central, that point-to-point integration. But for analytics and personalization purposes, this can lead to some long-term struggles, because as you start to depend more on having a consistent schema for your data, it becomes challenging when you're depending on point-to-point integrations. And then also when you make changes or add data silos, you can just sort of imagine if I add a silo F to this diagram, that I'm adding exponentially more and more connections between each of these systems. So the point-to-point solution provides some short-term success. It's definitely appealing for a lot of reasons, but there are long-term struggles that I think many businesses have faced with this. So what I'd like to propose, and what I'll dig into in this presentation, is this data hub architecture, where you have a central repository that's collecting customer data and making that accessible to each of these systems. And an actual execution and deployment, it may not be a real bi-directional link between all of these sources. That's just kind of done for illustrative purposes. But you can hopefully see here how there's some long-term savings and long-term potential as we add data sources. It's just a connection between that new data source and that central hub, and data should be flowing, based on that one integration that one additional integration that you've set up. So a lot of advantages to this model. So if we look at kind of the data flow in this model from a single marketing technology platform, What is often the case, and this is the case in our implementation, but there's other ways to slice and dice this. What happens is that data originates from one of these marketing technology platforms here at the bottom. It's sent to a data lake. The raw data is posted to the data lake. It's ingested into a data warehouse. We then have a process that's running to join data points. That's identity resolution, making sure that we can join data points across marketing technology platforms. We can also do some segmentation and audience analysis within, as part of the data warehouse. And then this information can flow back down the other end. So those calculations are submitted to the data warehouse. The data warehouse can post that computed information into the data lake, and the marketing technology platforms can consume that. And my StreamYard screen just went totally blank, so I want to make sure no one's yelling at me to. Okay, all right, weird. I assume everyone can still hear me. Okay, yeah, so here's the flow that we'll be going through today. So before I get into kind of the Sitecore specific data considerations, I just want to talk about, when I'm talking about sending data around in that loop and in that flow, what data are we talking about? And it really comes down to these three data models. One is contact data. And by contact, I don't just mean Sitecore contact.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, I don't know what happened.
Not sure what happened to Adam there, but he left the room.
He disappeared. Maybe his power got cut in the suburbs. Mike, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Did Manchester do something?
Did I frighten him away?
Mike's air conditioner sucked up all the power.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have told him about the heat outside.
Like, what's that silence?
It's just like, oh, gone.
He's joining. In the meantime, we got Dylan, we got Jim, we have an anonymous donation. Now, all of a sudden, we're up to 857. So we did 600 overnight. And Ben and his marketing skills got us into a couple hundred in minutes. Let's play a video. Oh, there you go, Adam's back.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, Adam, you want to share your screen again?
It wouldn't be a technical conference if there weren't
not yet
few blips.
We could use a little bit of hand sanitizer.
Things come in three. Things come in three. So this is the third one.
I was waiting for Mike to call me. I thought somebody would tell me.
Well, the thing is, like, I wasn't
special.
It's just
like
Mike
to call you.
Okay, so I think I know where I left off because I saw the screen just go black. But okay, I'll just jump back in. Sound good? Yeah. Okay. Great. So apologies. Make sure I covered this. So data in the data hub architecture, data is flowing up from the marketing technology platforms. The raw data is posted to the data lake. It's processed into a data warehouse. Identity resolution is where we can join data points across marketing technology platforms. We can create interesting audience segments in the data warehouse as well. And then this information can flow back into those marketing technology platforms. So we're going to cover all this in detail. When I talk about data flowing through that loop, these are the data points that I'm talking about, or these are the three data models that I'm talking about. We have the concept of a contact. And I don't just mean a Sitecore contact. I mean just generically, like across marketing technology platforms. In an email, in an ESP, it might be a subscriber. In another system, it might be a user or visitor. But we have the concept of a contact, and all contacts have attributes that are associated with them, like their favorite color, the city they live in. We then have events flowing through the system, and these would be things like a page was viewed or a goal was triggered. Events are always tied back to a contact and have a timestamp associated with them. And then we have segments, and segments are groupings of contacts that meet some sort of criteria. These groupings of contacts open an email in the last 30 days. This grouping purchased greater than 3 items. So these are the 3 data models that we care about when we're talking about flowing data in and out of that data hub. And they should be familiar to anybody who's worked with event-driven analytics, like GA4 uses this model, Amplitude, Mixpanel. A lot of different systems kind of have this overarching, these kinds of entities. Okay, so we're at a Sitecore conference right now. Where does Sitecore fit in? So Sitecore is one of the marketing technology platforms that can connect into this hub architecture. And thanks to XConnect, there, I hate to say it was easy, but there was a well-defined path for us to get to a point where we could, get data out of XConnect and get data out of the data lake and into XConnect for personalization purposes. So, we'll go into this, but from XConnect, we're pulling out data and posting it to JSON files into the data lake. And on the other end, we're bringing in JSON files, importing them through the data exchange framework, DEF, and bringing them back into XConnect. And then everything from the content author side, a marketer who's in Sitecore and personalizing using the personalization rules engine just sees this information, alongside other facets that they can personalize on, so they don't have to care that multiple other systems were involved in bringing this data in. Okay, so I'm going to do a deep dive into our solution, starting with the export of information, then we'll go into what's going on in the warehouse, and then the import of contact data. So starting with the export, you are here. This is where we're going to start, is on this end here. So we have Sitecore XConnect at the bottom, and we're going to be pushing data into the data lake. So when we set out on this project, we had a few different options for exporting data out of XDB. It wasn't entirely clear which route we were going to take. So I'm going to go through these because I imagine others have either thought about evaluating these options or tried something similar. The first that we looked at was XConnect's OData API. So you may be familiar with the fact that XConnect uses a RESTful API for the kind of interior, the communication between Sitecore and XConnect and between different XConnect services. It uses the OData protocol. So we thought, great, we have a REST endpoint. We can use it to query information, get data out, perfect for our needs. There were some challenges involved here. One is that because it is really meant for internal Sitecore purposes, it's not well documented. It doesn't fully implement the OData specification, and it was very challenging to figure out, which aspects of it were implemented and which weren't. There also, because it's meant to be kind of an internal service, it was quite a challenge, and some of you may be familiar with trying to expose this to an external system to Sitecore required some heavy lifting there. So we passed on that option. Another option that we considered that might make people cringe is going to XDB, the SQL database directly and running queries there. And this was discarded for obvious reasons. Sitecore retains the right to be able to update the schema or how data is structured in that database at any time without notice. And so we didn't want to play that game of sort of catching up with those updates, and felt like it would be a fairly brittle system to start writing queries against the database directly. We wanted to use XConnect as an intermediary layer, as it's kind of meant to be. We looked at using DEF, Data Exchange Framework, as a way to export data out of XConnect, and passed on this. We did use DEF for importing data, so I'm going to cover that in detail. We passed on it for the export because we didn't feel like we had good enough sort of sample code or examples out there of exporting event-level data from XDB. It did have examples for exporting contact-level data, and that was pretty solid. But because we wanted to get down to that event level, we just didn't feel comfortable really working with that. There might be performance concerns because there's so many events flowing through the system. It just felt a little unproven to us. So what we ultimately landed on is option 4 here, using the XConnect aggregation pipeline, tapping into that pipeline and exporting data as a kind of patch into that pipeline. So this is the pipeline that takes, after an interaction session has ended, it flows through this pipeline and is then aggregated into all the reporting tables for Sitecore. So the nice thing about this pipeline is that you have access to all of that raw data that was coming in through the collection service, and you can do whatever you want with it. You have access to the contact data, the event data, everything you need. It's all flowing in real time. So we felt like this was a great approach. On the right, I just wanted to give some examples of some of the data points that we're exporting. So at the event level, we're capturing page views, goals, downloads, multivariate tests, personalization impressions, custom events, along with the timestamp for each event, engagement value, any interaction data like the campaign that was associated with it. So really everything. And then contact facets, so their engagement measures, any behavioral profiles was a really important requirement for this project. This is a client who makes use of behavioral profiles, so we wanted to get the pattern matches for these users, and we wanted to make note of the fact that our client could add new behavioral profiles at any time, right? So we needed to be flexible enough to know that these facets can change over time. There could be a new profile that's added, and we would need to be able to adapt. And then the last bit of data to export would be contact identifiers, which I'll talk about when we get to identity resolution. So I am going to show some code here. It was not written by me. I was Sitecore Development Certified in 2009. I have not written any code in Sitecore in a long, long time, though I still get the recruiting LinkedIn emails. So this was in partnership with a senior Sitecore developer, Amish Naik at Vleer. So I want to thank him for doing all the code and helping me put the presentation together. So I'll just step through kind of step by step, exporting data, XDB data. So I mentioned the first step is to tap into that pipeline. So this is from the Sitecore documentation. There's a tutorial linked here. Maybe we can, I imagine there's a way we can share these slides. Yeah, so there's a tutorial on how to tap into this processor. It's a fairly straightforward patch to create here, just setting up your own code to plug into the pipeline. It's fairly straightforward. And once you do that, you can overwrite this onProcess method right here. And so what you're going to receive as part of this method are all of the arguments related to an individual session. So that includes all of the contact information, all the event information related to that session. So we create our interaction processor class. We override this method, and you can see here we have our own methods to process the event data and process the contact data separately. Diving into those method calls, we need to map each of the data points that we care about. So this isn't showing everything, just kind of a snapshot here. You can see we're grabbing the channel ID, the duration, the end date time, the engagement value. All the information that we care about gets mapped to a JSON model because we're going to be writing this to JSON. So we map it to our model and make sure that we've captured all the information. There is some transformation that we're doing here because the data warehouse doesn't really know what to do with the campaign ID or with the channel ID. And if we want to share this information with other systems, they're not going to know what to do with those GUIDs either. We do grab the campaign name and the channel name along the way from the master database. So there's just a little bit of light transformation done in order to make the information a little bit more polished before we send it to the data warehouse. And then we serialize it. So we take that JSON model and we write it to disk. So what we did in this case is that we batched up all of the events that are flowing in within a single file each hour. And then we have a separate scheduling process that exports that data to Amazon S3. So that's what we're using as our data lake. So this is not, even though the data is flowing in real time, we're still batching up the data and sending chunks of data every hour. This was done for a few different reasons, performance being one. Also, the requirements of the project weren't that we needed, real-time access to the data, more near real-time. So I think, probably warrant a different architecture if you needed true real-time access to the data here. But this was sufficient for our project. Okay, great. So we've exported the data to the data lake. What happens then? Well, it gets ingested into a data warehouse, and then we run our identity resolution and segmentation processes. So let me dive into those. All right, so identity resolution is the process by which we can link together the contact information and the event data across two different data sources. And what we're trying to create is a golden table, as it's commonly referred, where each row is an individual person, not just a user in a system, but as a person. So data source 1 could be Sitecore, data source 2 could be an email service provider, data source 3 could be a CRM system, on and on. You can have as many, this whole hub architecture is meant to expand to as many data sources as you need. And as you can sort of see from the diagram here, we're able to take the columns of information from each individual data source and blend them together into a single golden table record that has attributes across all of those data sources. So how we're doing this for the first two data sources that we're working with is using XConnect identifiers. So I have a screenshot here showing from the Sitecore documentation showing XConnect identification happening. So I thought it might be good to illustrate this. It's most common, I think, to use XConnect identifiers in some sort of login system. So the idea being that you have login with authentication, but then separate from that, you have, after the user successfully logs in, you have XConnect identification. And what identification is, it's a key value pair where you have the source of identification, like Sitecore, like an email service provider, and then you have an identifier. And you can have as many of these as you want. You could have, their Twitter could be the source, and their Twitter handle could be the identifier. And so the nice thing about this, leveraging this process, is that we get some merging of users automatically if we're able to capture identifiers. So if people come in through multiple devices, but we're able to identify them with a common key, XConnect will automatically merge together those profiles. So that's commonly done in this login scenario. But in our case, we used email clicks as a way to join together identifiers. Because the site we're working with doesn't have a login feature, but they do have an email service provider where they can append to each email link a unique identifier. It's not their email address, it's a different unique identifier. And so when they land on the website, that parameter is carried over to the website. We then run the XConnect identify as function, and what's written against the contact here is we have a contact ID. We then have the identification key, which is, let's just say, email, and then the identifier is ABC123. So if they click on an email on their phone, they click on an email on their desktop, those records are merged together. It's a single contact ID. And I mention all this because going back to this slide, how do we join together data from data source 1 and data source 2? Well, if data source 1 is Sitecore and data source 2 is the email service provider, Sitecore now has access to both the contact ID and that email ID. So as long as either of these systems can sort of make that connection, we can create this golden table, right? So the system we've built is generic enough so that if either system has some sort of link between one data source and another data source, we can join those records together and create this golden table. So that's identity resolution. I also want to talk a little bit about segmentation. So segments are a term that's used in a lot of different types of marketing technology platforms and customer data platforms, especially in Segment. By that I mean segment.com. They use the term audiences. In Sitecore, it might be lists. Can be created based on segments of users. So it's a pretty common term. And what I want to point out here, segmentation in a data warehouse, is a fairly common thing. Maybe for reporting or analytics purposes, you can, create segments of users and track, value over time. What I wanted to point out here was, I think, a special value that this system provided to Sitecore in particular, and which is, how do we address this challenge? If your task is to personalize to all the contacts whose favorite color is red, but you don't have favorite color as an XConnect contact facet, how are you going to do that? How is a marketer going to do that? We knew that the system we were building, that the data warehouse was going to be more nimble than Sitecore. We could connect in a new data source or create a new calculated value in the data warehouse a lot faster probably than we would update the XConnect model and deploy C# code to Sitecore. So how do we handle these sort of on-the-fly personalization rules that we want to create, like favorite color equals red? Well, what we've done is we've allowed our operators to create a SQL query that says, this is obviously very trivial, but select user ID from our golden table where their favorite color is red. That results in users ABC, let's say. And then we write that data to the individual contact profiles for users A, B, and C. We update a segment's contact facet in Sitecore with fave color red, or they're able to kind of name this query with a unique name. And then in Sitecore, what you can do is personalize on that segment. So here we have where segment short name contains fave color red. So what's really nice about this approach is it provides a lot of opportunities that I think otherwise wouldn't be afforded or would require back-end developer assistance. Just a really flexible way to kind of have open-ended, just to convert SQL queries into personalization rules that matter-of-factly, I think is pretty powerful. Okay, all right, so the last deep dive here we have is on the import side. So here we're on point 3, bringing all this data back into XConnect. And so what we're, just to kind of reiterate the challenge here, what we're trying to do is now take that processed golden table, take all of the attributes from that golden table and the segment information that is kind of net new information that the data warehouse is generating, and bring it back into Sitecore. So to do this, we're going to use Sitecore's data exchange framework. So let me just pause here a little bit to talk about what DEF is. So DEF was released in 2016. It's an officially supported product from Sitecore. You can get support for it. There are regular updates. It's available for almost all versions of Sitecore since 2016. It provides both batch and real-time data exchange between data providers. It's commonly used, I think, a lot of material out there for in migrations and for content synchronization, but there are built-in providers for XConnect as well, so we can use it for contact data as well. It's centered around the concept of data providers, which can be reused across integrations. So what we've done is created an AWS S3 data provider, and it, for our purposes, but if we had a future project that also needs to connect to S3, we can reuse that same data provider. And there are existing deployments, I should say. Well, yeah, providers for Dynamics, for XConnect, for Sitecore items, Salesforce, SFMC, the file system. So there's a lot of existing providers out there, either built by Sitecore or by partners. The warning, though, is that the learning curve here is high, and it's sort of almost by design in a way, because the system is so flexible. Like I mentioned, the fact that you can reuse data providers means that things are kind of generic enough that they have to be configured to be generic, but also, you need some specific implementations for a particular pipeline. So there's a lot of vocabulary to get up to speed on. On the left, you can see kind of how a data exchange is installed into the system folder. We have, our endpoints, pipeline batches, pipelines, tenant settings, and won't bore you with all the details there. So learning curve is high, so just a word of warning there. So because of that, I may stumble through some of the descriptions here, but bear with me. So I do want to point out that for the import, our challenge was a little bit easier than the export, because we're importing just contact level data. We are not importing the raw event data that's in the data warehouse. We're importing the contact data and the segment data. So that made our job a little bit easier. We're just essentially updating contact facets. We're creating some new contact facets and we're updating them. So there was an example implementation built for Salesforce, provided by Sitecore. There's a link there. There is great documentation how to create new contact facets and update them and deploy them. So we felt really confident about using DEF for the import process, because we were able to reuse a lot of this code. And what was net new was kind of that connection to AWS S3 and kind of the mapping between the fields we care about and our specific contact facets, but the underlying pipeline of reading data and writing it to XConnect was ultimately unchanged. So in terms of the steps here, I would say the first step is to update the XConnect model with the new facets that we care about. So I'm just highlighting a couple of these. There's some of the out-of-box facets that come with Sitecore, like merge info and list subscriptions, but then there's some new ones that we're creating on our own. And you have to register these new facets with XConnect, and you can convert these items into JSON to do that. There's also a way to write the code first and then import it into, and then create the items from the JSON. So there's methods for both, because that can be a little bit time consuming, as you can imagine, depending on how many facets you're working with. Okay, so the next step is that we want to specify how to read from S3. So we create that Amazon S3 provider with our JSON file endpoint. And we have all of the fields here as part of these value accessor sets. So this is where we define, when we access a JSON file in S3, what fields can we expect, and where can we find them. Then we need to specify how we're going to write to a contact. So similarly, under providers, we have S3, but then we also have XConnect, which was out of the box with DEF, but we have some new facets that we need to build out based on our specific use cases. And then you need to join these together. So I can't really point you to the specific fields in which we do this, but it's done under the value mapping sets here, where we need to take each of those fields that we're reading from S3, like segment IDs, and then through configuration only link that to the XConnect, the corresponding XConnect facet property. So yeah, I think that's the nice thing about DEF, is that once you've gone through that initial setup, the idea is that a lot of this can be done through configuration and not code if you need to change things around. If for whatever reason a property name changed in the JSON, we could edit that in the content tree here. If for whatever reason we wanted to map these slightly differently, you can do that through configuration. So that's some of the thinking there. So right now we've just kind of defined how we want to read and write data and the link between each field, but we haven't actually told XConnect to really told Sitecore to really process anything, and that's done through pipeline batches. So pipeline batches are just groupings of pipelines, and pipelines are where you're executing C# code to kind of do stuff. A lot of these pipeline steps, I'm not going to go through all of them here, but a lot of these were out of box with that Salesforce provider that I talked about earlier that Sitecore has already written. We have our own custom code for archiving the JSON files after a set amount of time and things like that. So there's some updates that we made for our specific instance, for S3, but in many cases it comes down to reading contacts from JSON, iterating over all of the contacts that we find in that file, and then running these 3 pipeline steps for each individual contact. So it kind of goes from a group of contacts down to processing 1 contact at a time, writing that data to XConnect, and moving on. Okay, so what are the outcomes that we expect from all this work? Well, one of the great ones is that we just have tons of new personalization conditions that are available to us. So on the left, you can see that we created 2 new custom conditions, one for comparing dates and one for comparing strings, so that we can have the comparison operators working correctly. And when you select a contact facet property, you now have access to all of these facets on the right. You can open these up, and there's just a ton of new properties based on the systems that are in the being pushed into the data warehouse. We have access to all the newsletter engagement and things like that. Geographical location of the contacts, and so you can build layer these obviously and put all these different conditions together to create interesting personalization rules. So on the right, just some high level examples. You could personalize based on CRM data, like a lead score or a lead stage. You could personalize based on email interactions. Did they click on this email? Did they receive it but not open it? You can personalize on different user segments that draw from the raw data in the warehouse. I mentioned that previously. And then again, because this is all being sourced from a warehouse, and you can do a ton of cool stuff based on raw data in a warehouse, you could also do predicted interests or any sort of machine learning that you're running on top of the warehouse. You can create these kind of calculated fields or predicted fields and push people into segments based on that. And of course, that last line, you could personalize based on any combination of the above. And I really haven't done this justice at all. And I've also just pulled in a very generic reporting dashboard on the right because I can't share any client specific reports here. But I do want to spend just a minute here talking about the reporting capabilities as well. I think the personalization capabilities are really what kind of really makes this project shine, because you get that full loop of data being exported into the data warehouse, being processed, and then back into Sitecore for personalization. But just pushing data out of XConnect and into a data warehouse, I think, is a feat of its own and really helpful. I mentioned that behavioral profiles were a special interest to this client, and they are super excited to work with behavioral profile data in a data warehouse, be able to apply their own queries, their own reporting techniques. They use Tableau internally. The reporting within Sitecore Analytics is decent for many cases when you're focused on engagement value and sessions. But there's certainly a deeper layer that you can get to if you're using a full-fledged BI tool like Tableau and have access to all that raw data in a data warehouse. I don't think anybody would argue with that. I also haven't mentioned it at all in this project, but kind of as a side project to this, we're also pulling the Sitecore content taxonomy data into the warehouse. That way, when they're building queries or segments based on individual page views, the individual URL that a user visited isn't really that interesting to them. It's really the topic or the taxonomy that the URL is related to. And so we wanted to pull in that kind of reference data, the taxonomy information into the warehouse, so we can do a lot of information, a lot of reporting based on, say, their newsletter subscriptions, and then also, what taxonomy are they actually visiting on the site, and should we suggest a new newsletter to them? A lot of opportunities there just in terms of understanding user behavior based on all this joined information. So in conclusion, some of the benefits that I've covered here, this is a generic solution that's meant to be meant to work with lots of different marketing technology platforms, as long as you have a way to get data out into the data lake and a way from to get data from the data lake into your particular platform, you're good to go. This is built for any batch data source. Any system accessing the data lake can benefit from this, whether it's just for analytics purposes or for personalization. I also haven't spent too much time on this, but suffice to say, the email platform that we're working with this client also gets access to those segments, also gets access to this identity resolution information, so they can do combined omni-channel personalization campaigns to the same segments across web and across email. I probably should have emphasized that more. That's pretty cool. This minimizes custom code by leveraging DEF and those existing pipelines. Not to say that there wasn't custom code written, but we really lean on some out-of-box features of Sitecore that are just kind of tuned to work the way that we want them to. We're leaning on the identity resolution, the identity connection, I should say the XConnect identifiers, that identify as function that I mentioned earlier. We're leaning on DEF and that pre-written Salesforce connector that really helped accelerate our work with DEF. And we're using the existing aggregation pipeline to gain access to the data that we need. So really, it was just, how do we push and pull this data out of S3? That was the challenge here. It was not, before that process. And I mentioned another benefit here, the segment can provide a nimble solution when you are stuck with, if your contact facets in Sitecore don't have all the information that you need to create a personalization rule. Some of the drawbacks, this is built for batch transfers and not for real-time data exchange. Certainly I think this architecture in general, pushing data into a data warehouse, identity resolution, bringing it back, I think could be done in a real-time manner, but you probably wouldn't be using DEF, or maybe you could, I suppose. They do have a real-time tenant now. Anyway, there would be some changes here certainly to make it truly real-time. There is a high learning curve for DEF, as I mentioned, and it does depend on being able to link those IDs across systems. And that can be no small feat for some organizations. If you don't have a login on your site, especially, that can be really challenging. We're not doing anything as complicated here as, say, like fuzzy matching based on clustering or anything to join together contact identifiers. We're not really doing a full-fledged identity graph where you have different systems linked across a chain and be able to sort of bring things together that way. So this is a bit more of a straightforward identity resolution process where we're just linking to one ID that we have access to across these systems, and that might be difficult for other organizations. And I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so you can find me on the Sitecore Slack, you can find me on Twitter, you can find me on LinkedIn. I have the same name on LinkedIn. Happy to chat. I have a blog about these topics as well on the Valier blog, so you can look me up there. But yeah, happy to contribute. Appreciate the organizers of SUGCON and the fundraising that they're doing. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam. It's a great presentation.
Looks like we have a couple of questions. So Dylan's got a question. Maybe I missed something there, but is there specific tools that you're using for identity resolution?
Yeah, so I realize I skipped some of the specific tools. I focused more on the Sitecore aspect. I could give a whole second presentation on all the magic that we're doing in the data warehouse to make this run. I will be a little bit vague about some of the tools, but let's just say there is a data orchestration system accorded similar to like an Apache Airflow that's going on, that's running all the compute across the data warehouse. So it's responsible for sort of like scheduled jobs for importing the data, processing it into the data warehouse, reading from the data lake, and doing the identity resolution. Identity resolution was our own custom code in Python. Again, just taking the identifier match that we're finding in Sitecore between the contact ID and that email unique identifier that I mentioned, and using that information and posting it into a table. We have a table called connections, where we just keep track of all connections that we've made between identifiers, and then a separate process is running to look at all those connections and then create the golden table by joining together those records. So it was custom, based on our code there.
All right, we got another question from Una. How much time do you need in general to create a new report, and how do you ensure the GDPR compatibility with all the data being collected?
Yeah, so we've taken the GDPR sort of concerns at the marketing platform sources. If the data is flowing into the email service provider, we assume, because there are separate controls in place from letting that data flow in, we assume that it is allowed to be there. We do have considerations for right to be forgotten and deletion requests. So we do have some controls for being able to delete the data, which would essentially be SQL statement in the data warehouse, and then corresponding GDPR deletion request in Sitecore. So there are some controls for that. But I think a lot of it is if you're not supposed to be collecting the data, don't collect it at the front end. Be transparent in your privacy policy and consent management for users. I should also mention this is not that GDPR isn't a concern, but this is a US-based client as well. So take that as you will. I think, anyway, just leave that. We're not necessarily processing EU citizens, though. Of course, we have to be careful about that.
So the last question is, considering the scalability, if you look at clusters per regions, how do you prevent impact on websites' performance?
Clusters, I don't know if I'm following clusters per region, like segmenting based on region, or scaling the personalization rules, or I'm not following.
I think it's more to do with scaling than segmentation.
Yeah, well, I mean, the segmentation is happening in the data warehouse. So, that becomes a concern of storage and compute, which are easily solved problems in cloud data warehouses, if you have the funds to do so. So that's kind of like an offline process for us. By the time, let's say it takes 2 hours to process everyone's favorite color, that takes 2 hours in the data warehouse. And by the time it gets to Sitecore, it just comes over as this user's favorite color is red, this user's favorite color is blue. So there's no number crunching going on within Sitecore itself. It just gets the data related to the contact. So then when you are on content delivery, and executing a personalization, it's just looking up a contact facet, checking whether it's red or blue, just like any other personalization rule or against a facet.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for your time, Adam, taking from your Saturday and being with us and
Yeah.
sharing your knowledge.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate you putting this together.
Thank you. And I don't know if there's a crazy storm rolling into your area, but it's rolling into here.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
crazy thunderstorm.
Probably coming soon. Okay. All right. Well, good thing my power lasted most of the way through this presentation.
Thanks again.
Awesome. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right. We have Kelly Russ coming up with troubleshooting Sitecore 101, but donate. So far, looks like, where are we? $2,100. That's awesome. This is within an hour. We went from 600 to 2,100. So all speakers, organizers, people watching this now and in the future, please donate whatever you can, even if it's $10, $20, it doesn't matter. Everything helps. So please do that. And let's bring on Kelly so he's on here. How's it going, man?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on today. And
you all set?
Yes, sir. And also emphasizing, please donate. Please gather together as a community and help out that COVID fund. It's critical.
It is. Every bit helps.
Somebody's having a little too much fun here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Hands are on the keyboard.
All right, we got a little time, so why don't we play?
You like videos, don't you?
I do like the videos.
Yeah, that's all right.
It makes it seem like we know what we're doing.
WHO supports countries respond to COVID-19. Sending supplies and protective personal equipment to over 150 countries. Helping establish treatment centres and strengthening laboratory, treatment and biomedical capacity. Providing diagnostics and biomedical equipment. Issuing over 100 technical guidance documents to provide real-time information and best practices. WHO coordinates COVID-19 response. Working with world leaders to keep everyone safe. Deploying emergency medical teams to help design fit-for-purpose strategies. Building the Partners Platform and identifying gaps to ensure an appropriate COVID-19 response. Working with multiple agencies, NGOs, member states and the private sector. WHO accelerates COVID-19 research and development. Convening the ACT Accelerator for coordinated research for treatment and vaccines. Engaging in solidarity trials for therapeutics and vaccine research with over 5,000 people in over 100 countries. Establishing the CTAP Access Pool, sharing research knowledge and working for accessible intellectual property for existing and new COVID-19 tools. WHO fights COVID misinformation. Raising awareness and stopping the spread of COVID-19 misleading or false information and messages that promote harmful practices. Holding technical webinars for experts. Offering multilingual COVID-19 online courses through Open WHO and the WHO Academy app. Help by donating to the COVID-19 Response Fund.
Nice. Good job, Ben. Did you make that video?
Yeah, I just threw it together last night.
Nice. How are you so good at getting the donation? You did it last year, right? You set up the whole donation thing and you set it up again this year. And then last year you came up with the idea, hey, why aren't we posting thank you messages to the people who are donating, say it out loud, and it'll encourage other people to donate, right?
I think that was Una's idea, actually.
Oh, what? You could put it for it?
Yeah, but it helps. Yeah, giving giving a shout out to the people who donate. People like seeing their name flash on the screen. So.
Oh, yeah. So Adam just donated, so that's awesome. We're now up to what? $21.53. So that's awesome.
Right.
Nice. All right. What else? Troubleshooting Sitecore 101. Oh boy, the stories I could tell. Ben.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
We're
Ben
gonna-
was a ninja in where we used to work in finding problems.
Yeah, we're going to be sharing some horror stories today. There is some definitely some stuff to share.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for Ben to ask questions about troubleshooting.
Yeah, it's today we're definitely be diving into a full range of things, from the horror stories to the common scenarios to hopefully a runbook to make life a little easier out there. So it's a little more about governance, a little more engagement around what's happening and how you can get in front of it, and hopefully it helps at least one person today to have a better experience.
That would be nice.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Again, thanks for having me today and putting together such a great conference. It's been a pleasure to watch the sessions.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks for speaking. Where are you based, Kelly?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. Headquarters for Rackspace are, of course, in San Antonio, Texas.
Nice. Cool. I mean, I don't think we need to wait, right? It's a couple of minutes ahead, but I'm sure you have a long way to go, right, Kelly? It's not going to end soon, right?
No, and unfortunately, it will not end soon, but it will end timely.
Okay.
And hopefully, gives some good information.
Take it away then.
Great.
It's all you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Hello out there from the attendees and those watching the stream. My name is Kelly Rusk. I'm the manager of technical support and a psycho architect at Rackspace Technology. And today I really want to talk about a few scenarios you probably run into as far as troubleshooting Sitecore. Talking about some weird things we've seen in the field and hopefully give you some guidance to help you with a 12-step, we call this 12-step program to recovery, which is really a full run book of what to do when you run into something. And what we're going to discover during this session is really that a lot of the issues you run into aren't really the base Sitecore platform. And there might be some proactive ways to really get in there and prevent issues. And I'm sure if we had a virtual hands up who's run into Sitecore issues before, many times it's not the actual base Sitecore platform, but something else that's gone bump. And so today we're going to talk about those bumps, have a very open discussion, leave a few minutes for your questions. And of course, I'm available outside of the conference for any additional questions you may have. So with that, we're going to jump right in and talk about some of the common Sitecore troubleshooting scenarios that I see daily, given that I interact with about 300 Sitecore environments a day of different sizes and scale with a global footprint. And so you see a large range of things. You do see some common aspects that come in. So hopefully some of these things ring true for you. And we'll show some of the facts of what's going on. So a lot of the times what we see on a daily basis is, hey, my website's really loading slow on startup. What can we do to make the site load up faster when I start it up? So we see this a lot, and that comes down to what's going on with your caching. Are you doing any kind of warm-up tuning? So that might be using some of the application initialization and maybe a warm-up script to hit your site and get it warmed up. Remember, Sitecore, when it loads, it's got to compile a lot of different aspects. So we see a lot of troubleshooting around what's wrong, when in fact it's not really wrong. It's just a matter of tuning and what can we do about that. A lot of questions about slow page load. Hey, my pages are just going too slow. What's going on right now? Well, I might have some heavy or bad code. I might have some bots, good or bad bots. We'll talk about those in more detail soon. Some low resources on my app layers. Are my virtual machines, my app services, are my containers properly scaled and executing? So we see a lot of these aspects around, hey, what's going on with my page load? What can I do to make it better? And and taking a level down from that is, hey, the page won't load at all. So we've gone from, hey, my site's really slow to start, my page is loading way too slow, and now the page won't even load, which is the screaming moment of what's going on and who's calling me, what do I do about this? And is it the network? Is it a code error? And as we dive into the runbook, we're going to discuss a lot of items around this to really isolate those aspects. So again, we're seeing some of the common issues here, and we're going to dive into some of the weird issues, and then we're going to talk about how do we solve for this the best that we can. Some other common scenarios seen on a daily basis: assets not loading correctly. So if your assets aren't loading correctly, are you looking at your CDN? Do you have something with the media library configuration? A lot of these things really interoperate together. And so this, again, is a common scenario to evaluate, is something that we tend to see on an almost daily basis. Solar cores not rebuilding. Again, if you're driving a main feature off of solar or search, you might struggle a bit knowing why is my data not showing, and maybe it's pointing to the rebuild core, what's going on here. And then a higher require request state. So when you think about higher require request state, what's going on with my session state and what can I possibly do about it? So, from these first kind of key points, we're seeing some commonalities here of, what's going on with that application, what's driving behind it, and how do we isolate it? And so these are a lot of the questions that, we might see on a regular basis or you might experience. And, it compounds the issue because we might have a slow page load with some of these other items. There's not always going to be one issue. And so to really identify this is going to be critical, and there is a method to do so. Additional things we see on a regular basis, and you can raise your hand probably multiple times a day. Has anyone seen a null error? Well, is that a content issue? Is there a template issue? Is there a bad code release? What's happened here? We spoke briefly about the intermittent solar results and intermittent errors depending on the content delivery node. Are you using sticky sessions? Do you have the same code base across your CDs? So I can't tell you how many times a day that I've seen one CD have one code and the other not have the same code. So is there something in your DevOps governance that can really address these aspects? And once you have that front end issues really surfaced, what's going on in your back end? How's your CMS publishing? Do you have multiple languages? Are they getting out there? Are you using workflows and publishing governance, or what's happening from a process standpoint? Because everyone will like to say, hey, publishing is going too slow. Well, define slow and what does that mean? And once you got your publishing figured out, what's going on in the XNet layer? So taking that long step back, all these kind of common cycle troubleshooting scenarios really come down across multiple layers. So you're looking at maybe your front end and wondering what's going on in the front end. And then you move to the back end and say, well, what's going on in the back end? What's happening with my CMS, and what's happening with XConnect? And if you're in Cycle Commerce, you've got other layers that you'll be working in. So as you think about these common scenarios, hopefully some of these have run true for you. We definitely see them, and I definitely see them on a regular basis. But in each of these scenarios, what's really interesting about it is you can leverage the same kind of troubleshooting process that we're going to discuss to really surface these and bring these to a faster remediation. So as you experience some of this, don't feel like, oh, Psychor is fighting me, or I'm fighting Psychor, or I'm having a problem with my networking. Really take that long step back and say, okay, I'm experiencing something that's common. Other people have experienced the same issues. So there must be an answer out there. And how do I quickly get to those answers in a way that I can get to my expected state? So when we see these common scenarios, don't panic. These are very normal things that will happen to you on a regular basis. And how you manage that is what we're going to discuss here during the rest of the presentation. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't share uncommon Psychor scenarios. We've all had some pretty weird experiences, and I want to talk about some of the weird things from the field that I've seen. And hopefully you've not experienced some of these. If you have, I'd love to hear your horror stories of things that have gone bump in the night. And I'll let you in on something here too. All these weird scenarios have one thing in common. They were not related to a Psychor hotfix. In very few scenarios is it the base Sitecore platform. It's usually configuration or some other layer. So as we dive into troubleshooting momentarily, we're going to be walking through and really speaking through the dynamics of how do I isolate at what layer am I being affected. So one of the things I saw many months ago is intermittent failures. for those using the PaaS web apps. And in this one scenario, they had to redeploy their application. Now, what happened before it was a Microsoft platform update. And when there's a Microsoft platform update, we see instances where sometimes your app instances, like your content delivery node might have multiple instances scaled out, become kind of corrupted or incomplete or not responding. And in this scenario, this client had to redeploy their code base across the instances, and they're using sticky sessions. So you had one bad instance they couldn't get rid of. And to fix that instance, they did a full redeploy. Now, when you redeploy, that really creates a fresh scenario. So if you're in PaaS and you run across a weird situation where you have inconsistency across your instances, stop your application, wait 15 seconds, and start it back up. That's going to move that app service, those instances, and that app service to a new host in the Azure App Fabric. So if you have inconsistencies there, normally look for a Microsoft platform update, and that should bring you to resolution. Now, intermittent issues are always so challenging, and you can spend a lot of time immediately going straight for your code, thinking, oh, it must be my code. But don't forget where your Sitecore is hosted and the surrounding aspects. So that's something very weird from the field and how that was resolved. Another scenario, weird thing from the field that popped up was we had all this bot-like traffic, and we were trying to figure out where it was coming from. And it was very inconsistent, very intermittent. And we were looking at the normal stuff, blocking IPs, and couldn't identify what was going on until finally one person got engaged and said, woohoo, I just picked up, an X amount of money in this hacking competition. And we said, well, what are you hacking? So we're having a hacking competition on our live sites. This client was actually DDoSing themselves and creating bot-like traffic during their scenario. Not all bots are going to be bad, but they can be aggressive. So in this scenario, wow, they literally were DDoSing themselves with a massive amount of traffic looking for penetration testing and rewards from a hacking competition. So again, two kind of interesting scenarios here, both of which are not at the Sitecore application layer, but up at the ethereal aspects that are surrounding the Sitecore application. We had another scenario, which was, I don't know if you've ever experienced something like this. Your site is showing no traffic in the analytics. Everything looks great from a CPU standpoint, but you go to the site, it's performing horribly. And you're like, what is going on here? In that instance, the client was pointing to an old site, and it had a redirect in place. So you had to, again, look at that network layer and find out what's going on here. And another aspect, same client, a couple of weeks later, we started imagine getting these weird errors, and they said, no, we didn't deploy any code. Went through the full network stack, and oh no, a teammate was deploying code and didn't tell anyone because they didn't have any DevOps governance. So looking at some of these weird things going on here, you can see a lot of this is communication, governance, and some of these aspects. This one was, took a while to figure out. This last one here, the CD was not loading despite being load tested and finding QA. During the deployment process, boom, they overwrote the CD with their content management system. So in all these scenarios, it was everyone was screaming, figuring out what's going on, and we had to figure out a process to get through and really figure out what do we do about these weird scenarios. Now, some of the more fun ones, this one happens more than I'd like it to happen, but it's very weird. We started getting this weird load every Monday on the content delivery node, and we're wondering what's going on. It's like, is there a process running? This is beyond our normal traffic that we normally see, because your traffic should look like a sleeping dragon. That your traffic off peak is kind of low. You get this kind of hump where the middle of the dragon is, and it kind of tails back down once your main traffic events are over for the day. It should follow a normal pattern. Well, there's this massive spike on these Monday mornings. And what happened here is that somebody had enabled the Sitecore admin login, and everyone was going to the content delivery node as content editors, and they had like 200 content editors, and they were destroying the front end during this small window every Monday morning and bringing their traffic down, which was bringing their site down, which was just, it took us a while to really kind of figure that out, but once we did, we were able to move forward. Another issue as far as a site stopping that everyone was screaming about, and these are kind of haha stories, but quite serious, is we had a site stopping every night. And while it may be good practice to kind of wave in and wave out to save cost on your lower environments and maybe turn off virtual machines or turn off past services or downgrade them when your site's not active. Somebody accidentally ran this on production. And so every night their site was actually stopped in production. So you can imagine the horrors that were going on there and finding out. We had solar rebuilding on old site data. And the problem was that they had the older version of the solar methodology, which they had a primary node and a secondary node, and they were going to kind of to the secondary node for their data, and it was not up to date. So leveraging Solar Cloud that kept straight replicas across resolved this. So you remember there's multiple layers in your application, and some of the weird things we see here tend to be related to kind of odd aspects there. And then lastly, commerce. Commerce has multiple layers. You've got your Sycor XP, then you've got your Sycor Commerce. And one of these individuals had accidentally deployed the wrong version of the commerce engine and used custom DLLs. So while I hid the names of the individuals to protect the innocent, you can see there's a lot of weird things that can happen in the stack that can take down your site. I'm sure all of you have experienced something interesting when you're out there in the Sycor world. And looking at these examples, it's not really related to the core Sycor application per se. It's how you're approaching the application and all those layers. So taking a step back and really taking a moment to consider these common scenarios, which many of you have run across, some of these weird things that can pop up, what do you do about them? And how do you really get into a nice cadence? Because when an emergency happens, the first response tends to be, oh no, I'm going to panic. Or I don't know who to call. Or I don't know the governance plan. So with this, I'm going to recommend a 12-step program to recovery. And we're going to walk through this now. And this 12-step runbook, which could complement the governance template, please reach out to me if you want a copy of the governance template. It lists out all the different sections that you can leverage, and you can incorporate this right into your troubleshooting of what do I do. And this is more than just production, any environment. You want to ask yourself some key questions. And if you go through this process, I guarantee you're going to be able to isolate where your issues may be and get to a quicker resolution. Because normally when something goes bump, the reaction is, let's go to the application immediately. Start looking at the code, when we really need to have a front to back approach and ask some key questions. One of the first things you need to ask when troubleshooting a scenario is, what changed recently? And this is not just your custom code. This could be your edge devices in your networking. It could be your deployment strategy. Maybe you're in PaaS and using deployment slots. Maybe you have changed some new developers in, and they have changed some of the way that they're promoting their code. Maybe something's happened, such as a Microsoft issue in the platform if you're using Azure. Or did you change regions, or do you have a new virtual machine with different OS settings? So whatever changed recently, you should really keep a change log anytime you touch not only your code base, but the wider environment hosting your Sycor application. And if you don't see anything that's really changed recently, the next thing you gotta go into is there a clear error code on the site, whether it's infrastructure or Sycor. You might get 502s like an app gateway issue, or some sort of gateway issue that says, hey, I can't resolve this site. And I can't tell you how many times a day we see networking issues as the resultant, and not really a Sycor application issue. And if you see an error code, that's normally tied to deployments. What deployed recently, and can I figure this out? So in these first two items, you're saying, listen, what changed recently? Is there a clear error code? And then you have to ask the question, was there a recent deployment, a networking change, a large publishing, or a spike in traffic? Now, a spike in traffic can happen for many reasons. You could have bot traffic, unwanted or wanted. Publishing could happen because of governance, or maybe there's a large push. I can't stress enough the need, and really these across organizations, to have stronger publishing governance and evaluate the publishing service if you're going to be serious about production. Networking changes. It may not be something you changed, but maybe something happened in Cloudflare. If you're leveraging Cloudflare or Azure Front Door, whatever you're using on your edge devices, or even your internal load balancers, there could be an unexpected network change. Something can go bump at those layers. And you want to address that quickly because you could spend a lot of time down here at the application layer, and you're going to miss out on maybe just a swift networking change. Maybe one of your virtual machines fell out of rotation, or maybe somehow sticky sessions are still enabled. So is there something there? And was there a recent deployment? You can start really digging into step 4, which is, what do I have in my APM tools? So if you're not using an APM tool like New Relic or App Dynamics or an APM of your choice, leverage one. And not just for production, for your development environments and your lower environments. Having the APM tool to really report up what's going on within .NET and the surrounding aspects within your application is critical. Because between that and your Sitecore logs, you might be able to identify something as, oh, wow, you know what, we just had a recent deployment. I'm getting all these session state issues. You know what? My session state connection string is wrong. I'm pointing to the wrong place, or I put stuff to nproc when I didn't mean to, or something else is going on here. Maybe it's a connection string or a third-party tool pointing in the wrong direction. And these tools can very quickly get you to what you need to as far as a fast resolution. And with that as well, you can't forget about your infrastructure. So these next steps, looking through 5, 8, even down to 10, really focuses on, if you've gone through and you don't see a clear error log, you haven't had a recent deployment, and your APM tool is pretty clean, look at your front-end servers and look at your web apps. Start looking at the memory utilization, their CPU utilization. See if there's any sort of pattern analysis. And what I mean by pattern analysis is this producing the same kind of pattern and wave CPU requests that you expect your application to be having? And we'll talk about in the next section how we can prevent some of these issues and how load testing can help you identify your patterns. But if you can identify that front-end server and see what's going on there, maybe you're having an event. Maybe you've had a lot of great traffic. Maybe marketing did a great campaign you weren't aware of. If you can upscale those applications or identify what's going on the front end, you've solved your issue and now you're safe. And you can move on and get back to business. Again, moving front to back. How's your performance of the application servers? What's your XNET? What's your reporting? What's your CMS? What about your custom applications and third-party integrations that are tied into your application? And this is even more critical as we look at some of the more SaaS products that are out here. How's your performance of the session state? And I can't tell you how many times we see session state issues. And there's great guidance within the Sitecore knowledge base around tuning your session state. If you're using Redis or even nproc, there are ways to really manage your session state effectively, from timeouts to making sure that if you're using Redis that you're connecting well, that it's sized properly. For example, if you're in Azure again, you're leveraging Redis as a C1. A C1 scaled Redis only offers low network bandwidth. So you might have the right configuration in Sitecore. You might have your Redis running, but it's the network bandwidth that's the issue, not the actual size of your Redis cache. So you have to step through that again. And if that's not fixing your issue, look at your database backend. So your database layers are critical, and they get overlooked way too many times. And you should be running a SQL maintenance job to keep these things clean and organized on a regular basis. That's really going to help. A fragmented database can kill your application upstream. So as you go through these step-by-step scenarios, look at that database backend. Start looking, if you're using the Azure example, if you have DTUs or Elastic pools, evaluate those. Get some metrics around this data. If you're using APM, there's also some infrastructure monitoring you can put in place. So find out at 2 different layers. At your SQL layer, are things performing? And at your database layer, are your databases optimized? Have your own SQL maintenance plans to keep those in place and keep those healthy. And if those are working well, you have to check your search infrastructure too. So what's going on in Solar? Are you leveraging Solar Cloud? Do you have some nodes down? Was there an issue in networking down to Solar? If you're using PaaS web apps over a VNet, is your VNet connecting? You could go right into an Azure PaaS app and do a test net connection down to the Solar endpoint to find out if you're still connected to Solar. And any kind of test net connection, with all these aspects, the 101s in networking are going to save you time and time again as you walk through troubleshooting these things that go bump in the night, and hopefully not during your production instances are up and running. So another instance is, are you properly configured? For solar, are you using replica sets? Are you using secondaries so you can have a rebuild? So you always want to kind of rebuild in the background and not have your solar missing all your data when you do a rebuild. So if you're not using secondary indexes and doing rebuilds off of those, please do those. It was going to save you time and time again. So again, taking a step back, we've gone through 9 steps here. What's changed recently? Are there clear code errors? Do you see anything in the APM tool and Sycro logs? What's going on at the infrastructure layers, including step 10, which is what's going on in your networking and edge devices? If you do all of those aspects, more than likely you're going to find out what's going on in a quick manner. And if you follow the steps down the line by going front to back, you're going to isolate the quick wins because it's harder to troubleshoot code sometimes than checking the front end. So look for the quick wins, and that's why the steps are laid out in this order. So it's going to help you identify step by step by step all the layers before it gets really hard. Because it's much easier to say, oh, let me add this VM back into rotation than it is, let me fix a complex code that is in our application that's causing an error. So if you can identify those front-end issues or the easy ones first, it's going to get you back online quicker, and then you can start diving into maybe other residual items to remediate. Now, number 11 is a really interesting step and can be challenging. It's, is there any unexpected or unwanted traffic? Now, bots are out there. I recommend everyone to have a WAF. It's critical. But unwanted traffic doesn't always mean that somebody's being nefarious. It could mean that you have something just being more aggressive, or you could have a marketing campaign, and it's creating a lot of traffic. And it doesn't mean you need to block everything. Maybe you need to throttle your traffic using an edge device. So as you get into step 11, it's kind of difficult. Again, look at your applications, look at that front end layer, and start asking yourself, are my front ends doing what they're supposed to do? And where's this traffic coming from? Can I source this? Am I having challenges with this? And if you go through all these 11 steps, what you've done is really identified key changes, code base, infrastructure, edge devices. You're basically going through the whole stack instead of just the small part of the stack, which is the actual running Sycro application. And if you get through all of that, step 12 is check again where there are no recent deployments or large publishing. And in that case, it might require a Sycro Inc. support review for a hotfix. But if something changed dramatically and you're in production, your first step, if all these things have not yielded any fruit, is likely to roll back. Just roll it back, reset to your previous environment. And we're going to talk about a little bit about that in the next bit, which is, how can I prevent these issues before they start? We like the 12-step runbook. It works extremely well for isolating aspects and getting us back online. But what can I do before it becomes an issue? And this is where we get into a lot of governance and a lot of tools to help you out. So if you're not using source control per Sycro role with a clear DevOps governance, think about it today. Now, I know a lot of us like to use the base site core bits and then do transforms. But as you move towards maybe AKS or containers or have considerations around containers, you may want to have, break out the roles. Every single Sycro role, like an XP1, break out those roles in distinct little repos. So that when you deploy with confidence. So that way you're not deploying accidentally the CMS over the CD or dealing with complex transforms that make things difficult. Now, one thing I love about the containerized environment preventing problems is you have a clear image. That image is immutable and has a clear destination that is its role. So if you're working on the CD layer, it's going to the CD node. There's nothing inflating that. So that's one thing you can do to really modularize all these different Sycro roles and treat them distinctly without making too many transforms that can create issues. It doesn't mean that transforms are bad. They're totally acceptable. They can be highly successful. But if you don't have a DevOps governance model around that, it may be easier to split things into distinct roles. And if you're not load testing, load test in a lower environment of like size and features. Now, it doesn't mean you have to keep that other environment scaled up, but it should have the same kind of architectural integrity. So same roles as your production environment. If you can't pay the amount of money for some of the large aspects to size it up, you can definitely get engaged in the method of saying, okay, well, let me see what I can do to scale this up temporarily, or make a guesstimate. Maybe I'll hit it with extra traffic to load test, because when you load test an environment, it's going to figure out your session state, it's going to figure out your networking aspects. Put a dummy URL in Cloudflare and have it hit your staging environment. There's a lot of great ways to do that, and it's also going to test your third-party solutions. So that's very critical. If you're not load testing today, that can prevent or surface a lot of issues before they go into production. You need to use a web application firewall. This is something I can't emphasize enough. There are just some individuals whose hobbies are not creating beautiful Sitecore sites. We love creating beautiful Sitecore sites, right? But without a WAF, we're going to get hit with a lot of traffic. And you want to move things off and away where you can, off that base Sitecore application. And that's where I love Sitecore JSS, the Next.js, the headless models, everything that's coming down the pike with Boxever and these other aspects, because we're thinking about the Sitecore application now. This application layer becomes almost like a service-oriented architecture, just serving up what you need to expose publicly. So use a WAP, use a CDN, take that load as you can off with a CDN and maybe Sitecore JSS, and protect yourself from these bad bots that may just be too aggressive. If you don't have publishing governance and workflows, get it today. Talk to your marketing team, talk to your content editors, and think about using the workflows. Workflows are beautiful when you have them in place, and also consider the publishing service. The publishing service can take a lot of load off your CMS layer and ease the pain that your content editors are going through. So while we're a lot of focused on the front end and the content delivery nodes, don't forget about your content editors and what they're experiencing. They're users too. And if they're having a negative experience, and they can have experience of the CMS going down because they're overloaded, or maybe they don't have some of that good content publishing governance. Get that in place, really help them. Scale up that layer if you need to, and streamline that experience. Your content editors will thank you. This next one is critical. If you have a bad deployment, don't try to fix it in production. Roll back. Please roll back. You're going to save yourself so much time. Develop a rollback plan that talks about really three key themes, which is your content, your configuration, your code. So that means backups with databases, making sure your code layer can come back, and make sure your configs that you can roll those back in. So it depends how you deploy. Maybe this is where you leverage a disaster recovery site until you're back online, but make sure you have a rollback strategy. If you're in a PaaS scenario, you leverage deployment slots and have a staging slot. Prep this, test it, just to make sure that you can roll back in a fast manner, because sitting and trying to fix something in production, if it is a code-based issue, is just not worth your time and effort. This one, next item is a little tough for some because it means get out the pocketbook, but you have to scale your infrastructure and edge devices. If that means turning off your dev when you're not leveraging dev for your main aspects, so you can have a little more money in prod, do that. Use a wave in and wave out method, meaning that you kind of scale up and turn on dev when you need it, turn it off, save money so you can leverage on production. Do not go cheap on production. Maximize every dollar by making your code as efficient as possible, but make sure it's properly scaled in your edge devices. You're going to reduce so many issues by having that in place, because your code can only be so trimmed or so efficient. Now conversely, don't overscale where it's hiding code issues either. So there's a balance here, right? So if you've optimized your code as far as you can, scale up that infrastructure so it supports your application. If you're having any sort of issues regularly with certificates, Xconnect, frontend, whatever, have a regular invite to yourself or leverage an alerting system so you can check your certificates and any third-party integrations. There are many times, again, it's not the base Sitecore application, it's a third-party integration that's really causing outages, and we can prevent this by just doing regular scheduled checks. What's going on? If you're losing Coveo, do I have the right IP aspects in place? Do I have all the interconnections? So check those on a regular basis. Don't forget about the third-party integrations. Do a regular check during your DevOps cycle, and you're going to thank yourself. Now, when you think about other aspects that can go bump, get into the habit of database syncing. Don't just overwrite your databases. You're going to bring artifacts including especially if you consider XNet, you mean artifacts from your lower environments or your local environments into production. So content syncing, content serialization, there's a great guide out in Cycler documentation about content serialization. Get into the habit of content syncing. It's going to really save you a lot of trouble. And as you think about your first go live for production, you want to have a soft launch. So have a dummy URL, do that load testing, make sure it's working well so that when it goes time for go live, you're not releasing code right before you go live. You already have your code there maybe for a couple of weeks in a content freeze. And you're just turning the switch to say, okay, direct my traffic to the site which I've already load tested. That can reduce so much pain and can make go live much, much easier. This next point, we see it a lot. We have to help our clients roll back a lot. Adhere to Cycler best practices. Leverage that Cycler documentation. Don't get creative with your configs. Use include files. Don't overwrite those default DLLs as well. So it can be tempting. You've got this giant, powerful platform you can do anything with. It doesn't mean you should do everything with it. So try to keep Cycler running as Cycler. Your upgrade cycle is going to be easier. Your resolution for issues, if you have to reach out to Cycler for a hot fix, is going to be easier because you've not deviated the base platform and made a Frankencore. It's still Cycler. And then you can just focus on the application layer and maybe some of these edge aspects that come into place. And if you're serious about production, consider a DR environment and test failures on a regular basis. Now, it doesn't mean you need to go fully scaled. You can have an outage page. You need to really get with the business here and talk about what are your SLAs? What do you use to really be effective here? And what does a disaster really mean? A disaster doesn't mean a bad code deployment. A disaster is something's gone wrong, there was an earthquake or something has gone wrong, or maybe a whole region is down that's hosting my infrastructure. So if you're serious about DR, test those failovers, have some governance, regularly meet as a governance committee, and talk about the DevOps that you're leveraging. And last thing, never deploy on Friday. It may sound like a great idea. You may be away from the traffic. When you deploy on Friday, a lot of the resources that can help you if something goes wrong are probably not in. And that's going to make a very long and difficult weekend for yourself. Now, in preventing these problems before they happen, this is not going to prevent everything. The run book is not going to solve all your problems. But if you follow that run book, you're going to get a very direct isolation method. I would say grab that run book, keep it at your desk, and when an emergency happens, just follow those steps and isolate. Preventing the problems, there's some thoughts here. There's a lot more to consider. But if you have those two things in combination, there's also some great tools to use. And some of my favorite tools are right here. I love the Cycler Log Analyzer. I can spend my whole days in Cycler Logs most of the time. It allows you to compile information in a great way. We already talked about following the traffic path method. So what's going on? My traffic coming in from the front all the way to the back. Where am I having the issue? Acknowledging that your code and getting to Cycler and trying to fix something there is really complex, right? So if you can fix a networking issue up here with a simple adding of a VM back into rotation, that's a lot easier and a lot faster to fix. So follow that traffic method. Look at the built-in Cycler admin tools. Is your event queue too large? Have you knocked it out? What are your caches saying? Caching is a critical activity, and there are built-in tools that can help you to understand what's going on in your environment. If you don't have New Relic or comparable APM, leverage one. Get engaged with that and consider a load testing tool that has intelligence, such as Loadster. And I see a comment there. I only deploy on Friday. That's awesome. Right before you leave. There's some accountability here, right? So load testing, leverage a simple load testing tool that can emulate some real traffic, make some good calculations. Consider also your front end. Google Lighthouse. You can open up Chrome. Lighthouse is right there. And you can look beyond the Cycler application, the edge devices, and look at GTmetrix. GTmetrix, a free tool, run on your site. You can run on down, see a waterfall of where things are going slow, and you might be able to say, wow, you know what? I need to move those images off to a CDN. I might need to invest in my infrastructure and some of these edge devices a little bit more, and I could reduce my time to first byte. It's not a Cycler issue per se, but it's something that's going to speed up your environment and get you into a better place. And a lot of these things we're talking about today come down to visibility and communication. So if you're leveraging Azure DevOps, that's a great tool. You can leverage custom Azure dashboards if you're using Azure or any tool of your choice. But if you can create a custom dashboard for a lot of the common themes in your environments, including key business transactions or key pages that are really critical for your organization, to have those in a dashboard view, you're going to save so much time instead of every time an emergency happens, having to go back and try to remediate that quickly. Some of my favorite content sync and DB tools, I love Razzle. There's Unicorn Sync. There's OpenDiff, DBDiff, which can show you differences in your databases. There's a lot of great tools out there, along with the Cycler content serialization, that can help you for ensuring that content layer is in place. There are so many null errors that just come down to base content. And, again, taking that deep breath and looking at these items, you're not seeing a lot of, well, it's a code sniffer. You can get code sniffers and look at your code. And there are some great things out there that can look at code closures and things of that nature. And I recommend you use your full suite of Visual Studio, whatever you're using for development. There's a ton of great tools out there to do code inspection. Please, please leverage that. But beyond that, consider these other aspects. Because this whole presentation we're diving in here, it's not been, oh, you make sure there's one closure on your method. It's about the surrounding ecosystem around your Cycler application and having awareness of that so you can get to those pain points quickly. And if you're being preventative, you can really come into play quickly and get your resolution faster. And if you're really stuck, we have a great Cycler community of experts. There's an awesome Cycler knowledge base. It's now, you can search by version, Cycler versions, get in there. You can check your modules and really evaluate what's going on. And all is failing, Cycler's got a support ticketing system. So Cycler support I view as kind of the last stop. They're more, hey, there's a product issue, but there are hot fixes out there occasionally may come up. So when you look at this whole ecosystem of what's going on, if you focus only on the Cycler application, you're missing out on so many of the different layers that impact your application. If you follow that runbook now, you're going to be in a much better place as far as what happens on D-Day, what happens when there's an emergency. And if you leverage some of these tools and some of these methodologies as far as good DevOps, good communication and publishing governance, getting awareness and visibility into the heartbeat of your application and the patterns that it's supposed to flow by, and protect yourself with a strong WAF and offload as much as you can from the base Cycler application, you're going to run smoother, get to faster resolution, and then you can focus on the fun stuff, which is, containers, building out with Next.js, and all the awesome opportunities that Cycler has coming down the pipe. So with that, I'm going to stop for a minute, open for some questions. I really hope this has helped illuminate, hopefully, some of the common issues maybe you're facing and some solutions to help you. If this can help you on one thing, that brings a lot of joy on this side of the conference. And please reach out if you have questions or needs, want that governance template. I'm happy to provide that as well. Or if you have any questions on some of these main tools or methods. So happy to assist. And with that, I'm online, I'm in the Slack community, I'm on Twitter aggressively, I'm on, on the Cycler Stack Exchange. So as you have questions, please reach out. We have an incredible community here. And one last thing, just really want to reiterate, when a crisis happens, it's easy to get overwhelmed by all these aspects. Take it step by step, evaluate the different aspects that are there from front to back. You're going to isolate quicker. And as long as you follow some good governance, you're going to get to a better place, learn those lessons, and move on to the next thing. And with that, I'll open up for questions and open up back to the moderators.
All right, thank you. So far, no questions. I mean, you've done a great job, Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly.
Or people are asleep, one of the two. I know that those that live at Cycler troubleshooting, we have an interesting lifestyle.
Yeah, so the points you had, are they mainly for a specific version? Like they seem more like, are they 9? Are you talking about previous versions?
It's agnostic and purposefully. So everything in this presentation is about good application governance in general, with some considerations for Cycler when we think about Solar specific aspects. So when you look at this holistically, when you think about all these layers, any application has 3 tiers, right? You've got your front end, your application layer, and your back end. So the whole approach here in that whole runbook, the 12-step guide to recovery, is really focused on understanding those layers, getting more intimate with those layers, so you can troubleshoot them faster. So irrespective of Sitecore 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on containers, you're going to have those layers, and you're going to have those considerations to evaluate.
Okay, and then how are you seeing any shift towards, like you mentioned, next a couple of times, right? Like,
yes,
the more we go down that road, all of this is useless in the sense that, like, there's no CD anymore, there's no CM anymore, right? Like, how are you guys seeing the existing customers move from this methodology to more of a serverless, more of like a pushing to the edge kind of methodology?
A great question, and the easy answer is the CD and CM don't go away. You still have those aspects from those layers, but as you have maybe dedicated applications running, and you should isolate the applications. Don't integrate them on the CD. Leverage that out. Like if you have a Next.js app and you're running that headlessly, put it into its own app or VM. Move that off, but you still have these other considerations. So the same steps really abide all the way through, because you're going to have those front end layers. You're just going to have a distant kind of different weighting, so to speak. So if you're heavily doing headless and you're doing the JSS mindsets, you're going to be more heavily weighted on troubleshooting that JSS aspect, but still it's going to have integrations back. So the whole pipeline of front to back, you would follow still what's going on now at my JSS app, and especially if you're using that with commerce and shops. What's going on in these front layers, and travel and traverse back until you get to resolution.
One last question from me. I haven't seen any questions, but these are all from me anyways. How do you spell Jamstack? Do you spell Jamstack with uppercase JAM like some people do? Or like how do you think? Is it like Sitecore with an uppercase S and a C? Or like how do you spell Jamstack?
It's actually spelled with a silent G. Not many people know that. There's a silent G there. So no. I would depend on the use of it. I see it as following. I'm a purist when it comes to JS, so I would probably lowercase the J, but I can see it being an uppercase J in either case. So marketing materials, uppercase J. Development-wise, I'm going to see a lowercase J.
Nice. Awesome. If there's no other questions, thank you so much for your time today.
Just a pleasure to be here. I know it's not the most exciting topic, but hopefully it helps somebody. And just thank you to the moderators, and thank you for all those that are donating to the COVID Relief Fund and all your efforts as a community. It's a pleasure being here today.
Thanks again, Kelly.
Yep. Thanks, Kelly.
No problem.
Bye.
Take care, all.
All right, take care.
All right, bye now.
Bye.
All right. We have Jamstack, personalization powered by Experience Edge and Box Server.
Apparently, they think it's a capital JAM.
So they're wrong. It's a capital J, and everything else is small. Go to the jamstack.org and you can see it. But anyways. All right. What else do we have? We have.
Let's see where we at on the fundraising. Let me refresh. 2257.
Wow, that's
nice.
Good.
Doing better, but yeah, we still need a lot more to hit our goal. So please help us fight against COVID. The fight's not over yet. It might feel like it here in the U.S. or in a few other countries, but there are a lot of places around the world where this is still. They're still in the thick of it. So,
yeah, maybe like people from Sitecore can donate. Like with one donation, they could just get us to the limit, right? It's 2257. What's 5,000 change? Paige did it last time, right?
Yeah.
That was a few $1,000s at the end. That was kind of nice.
That was very nice.
So Paige, Steve,
if you're watching number, this, are you gonna call him up and?
Oh, we posted on LinkedIn. You should probably tag him on there. Tag Steve and Paige and say, "Can you help us reach this goal?" We should do that before the end of this. Go on, Ben. Do it. All right, let's bring two more pretty people. Oh, look at Rick. Oh gosh, both of you guys got your hair done, the lighting.
Yeah.
Ooh, pretty
today.
You look pretty, Rich.
Thank you.
Not as pretty as Ben, but you're there.
I don't think anyone's as pretty as Ben, right?
That's Ben's the goal.
That's the gold standard.
You guys are gonna make me blush.
Yeah, you already turned pink.
It's the sun beating through my. I had to put like a chair in front of my window because the sun was beating down.
You want to play another video, Ben? One last time while I message Steve and Paige.
Yeah, let's do it. Which one? Let's try this one.
Now is the time for solidarity in the face of this threat to all of humanity. I implore leaders to stand together and heed this appeal.
Nice. I just posted a message to Steve and Paige on LinkedIn. Why are you laughing, man? They did it last time.
Yeah.
How come I don't have Paige O'Neill on Twitter? I guess I'm not a friend. That's okay. I'll shed a tear quietly. All right. Richard, I like your DSLR.
Thank you.
It's good quality even at low light.
The light's not that low.
It's not?
No, I big light right there.
You like big things?
Well, big lights.
Big lights. Okay. Right. Rick's house always looks like it's well lit. It's all white all the time.
That's a background image.
That would be the weirdest background image.
Nice. I mean, we don't have to wait around. We could get started.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to get started?
Born ready.
Yeah.
Sure. Can you guys share your screen so I can have that so we can add it to the stream? Who's going first?
I'm going to be sharing mine.
Okay, Rick, are you going to be sharing your screen?
We're keeping it simple. Rich is going to drive.
Okay.
I just need to check. So you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Does it work if I do this?
What are you doing? I don't see.
I need to change. I'm changing my desktop.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
All right, guys. All yours.
All right.
All right. First of all, thank you, SUGCON team, and all the organizers and everyone for having us. This is Jamstack personalization powered by Experience Edge and BoxEver with Jamstack spelled properly. I don't know where the Chiron information came from. Clearly some bad data. Shockingly bad data.
Last minute.
So we are here to just kind of go through some of the new technology, and let's just kind of dive right in. And let me I'll start and introduce myself and hand over to Rich here. So my name is Rick Bauer. There you go into the next slide, Rich.
No, it's
that's okay. I can do this. I can name myself while not seeing myself on the screen. So
hang on, the presentation crashed. Oh, there we go.
Hey, going wrong. Now we're going all the way in.
But earlier, hold on, let me close it and see if we can do this again.
Take two. Okay, we weren't even supposed to be started yet.
We got plenty of time.
There we go. That was very strange.
So as I was saying, Jamstack personalization powered by Experience Edge and BoxEver. My name is Rick Bauer. I am a 5-time Sitecore strategy MVP. I will, if you've seen any of the stuff I've done either with Corey or Rich and I have done in the past, we like to work with developers and marketers. So I take on that strategy side. I also am a certified content hub or badged content hub admin. And like many of us, I'm also BoxEver certified and excited to present today with Mr. Richard Seal.
Hi, I'm Rich Seal. You might know me on the Slack channels. I'm the Guitar Rich. Apparently, I can't use PowerPoint very well, but I can use Sitecore all right. So, a 6-time Sitecore Technology MVP. I work with Rick at Proficient, and we make great things. Honest.
Try. Oh. I see we have some background fun too. All right. So if we are looking into like what we're trying to do with Jamstack and kind of looking at sort of what we've been watching with Sitecore in the world of acquisitions, that includes BoxEver, even back to Content Hub a couple of years ago. And, we haven't rolled in 451 or Mooseend, but that is part of potentially a growing process here. But, we just started thinking about, what are all of the elements here that, and can we hook these things together? So I'm going to talk about it more from the marketing angle and Rich from the technical side.
Yeah, and it was interesting doing this little journey. I didn't realize how quick we were doing it. I looked back at the GitHub repo that we have, and it was only 18 days ago that we did our first commit in that one after just talking about what we were going to do. We didn't really have a whole lot of experience with Next.js before that. I'd done React before, so I knew how to do that part of it. But yeah, just getting involved in Experience Edge, Next.js, it was quite a fun little journey going over. And ultimately, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, the big question, right, is, why did we do this? So let's get into a few of the main reasons.
Yeah, so first one, because we wanted to know if it worked. Let's prove the technology. Does it work? We come from a environment where with Sitecore XP, with Experience Platform, everything's integrated. We've got a big .NET application. We use MVC, Xconnect's all integrated. So it's all one big box solution. So move into a headless space where we have a CMS that's totally separated from our delivery platform, and then we have different things like BoxEver providing personalization, and we have Experience Edge plugging things together. So can we take those different platforms and give a nice unified experience to the customers? Because ultimately, it's all about providing value to our customers. If this doesn't provide value to the customers, it doesn't matter how much fun it is for developers to build with. Really, it's not going to be something that we're going to do.
Yeah, and so let's kind of talk about that organizational piece too. And this is, if you're consulting and you're talking to your customers, or you are a customer, we've been talking in the world of XP and that kind of one unified solution. and everyone gets a login into XP, and everyone's working in there in one platform. That's changing. So we wanted to explore that. We wanted to say, well, what does this look like, and how could this potentially affect the way we work? Now, I still imagine that at the table, there's marketers and there's technologists, there's architects and there's strategists, and we're still sitting at a table. There's still a discovery and planning, and that doesn't change. But in the day-to-day, kind of like once we reach steady state and we're running, what does that look like? Because I feel like some of the world of SXA, even, and from something as recent as SXA and the ability to modify components, that changes a little bit. Now we can accelerate that process with having feds and more available to just make some design changes and some component changes, but it still changes a little bit of that architectural look. But even the content team, the content authors basically would be working in a world of like Content Hub and working in, using the DAM, using their CMP, which is the content marketing platform, product managers using the PCM tool in Content Hub, and then content marketers using Boxever for running experiments and running things like personalization. So I feel like that's gonna, there's gonna be some different day-to-day working modes, and I feel like, and I will show you this, but I feel like it adds some level of acceleration. I still think there could be some growing pains after all the things we've been kind of teaching all along, but it is a little bit of a paradigm shift in that.
Yeah, I think it is for backend as well. For developers, it's definitely a paradigm shift in that your more classic backend .NET developer, you don't have quite as much to do there. You might be building integration points and Azure functions and different parts like that. But the more classic bit where a Cycle developer would be involved is shifting more toward the front end, right? The JavaScript engineer. And working, we've done a couple of Content Hub implementations now, and working with SaaS-based solutions. It's very different than when you're dealing with like an on-prem or a PaaS kind of implementation. You do things a lot differently. But then ultimately, the big thing was speed. We know how much importance has been put recently on speed of websites. Google are pushing the Lighthouse scores. Everyone's talking about it, how that affects your SEO, how that affects your ranking on your search results, and that if you don't have good scores, you're going to get dropped down those search results, and that's going to impact your business. And let's address the elephant in the room. Cycor XP is heavy. It's heavy on resources. It takes a lot of effort to get it running fast. You have to put a good amount of development effort in, and you generally have to spend quite a bit on the infrastructure to make it run fast. You can do it, but it comes at a cost, and that makes sense because it's a big platform. It does a lot of work when you're delivering those websites. But for a lot of websites, maybe that work can be shifted. So maybe instead of runtime rendering, we go to the static site generation. We look at this Jamstack and we move that lift to the build time instead of the runtime. And the key thing about the Jamstack side of things is the costs come down because you're now not paying for big, heavy infrastructure to support that. The infrastructure doesn't have to be as heavy, can be a lot lighter, it can be cheap. The speed to market, the time to market is lower because the Jamstack stuff is just a little bit easier to build. You can, as I said, we built this site in 18 days that we're going to show you in a second. And it wasn't hard. We come from not knowing much about it at all to doing all of our learning in that and building the site. So let's give you a quick preview of what we're going to look at here. So we'll switch over. So this is the site. Welcome to the Two Richards Music Store. And as you may have guessed, both Rick and I, both musicians, we both love this. But we built this store. We can refresh it there. And you'll see it pops in as a Jamstack. Now we're running on a shared instance of Content Hub. These images are coming straight from Content Hub. So when we've been sharing screens, it has been a little slow at loading the images up. But these Lighthouse scores are real. We ran one just before we came on. We're going to run another one in a bit. But you can see we have it just running Jamstack. These are the pages. We have a very simple product category pages, and we have product pages as we go through. So it's nothing super complicated. Pretty simple application.
Yeah, and again, 18 days or so, and nearly 30 pages of content, and a lot of this was just getting the content in. And so from my standpoint, from a content marketer standpoint, again, I have to rethink this a little bit. There's no more working in content editor. There's certainly no more working in experience editor, and again, it's kind of weird. Like, we spend all this time getting to the visual editing tool, and I'm personally a fan of working in the content editor and working in Content Hub, I should say, in that it's just fast. I can really kind of move through this. But I mean, it's basically, I'm working with the DAM in Content Hub to upload assets. I'm working in PCM to build out products. And while I'm building out those products and adding content, and you'll see this in a second, I'm actually creating content in CMP automatically. So it's really well integrated. I will say, kind of one of the lessons learned that I've seen is I would steer people from the pro license into at least the corporate. Basically, I think the pro license has its limitations, but I would steer people above that because there's room to grow. And with that, because we're basically using the sandbox, which is the full basically I would say at least the corporate license where you can do free modeling. Once you see these pieces starting to work together, it's really cohesive. It really is quick, and it's a great way to work. So I'm going to show you a little bit of this, but I'll let you go ahead, Rich, if you had any thoughts on that as well. But this is really kind of the couple of the pieces I want to walk through. I'm just going to show you. We got some quick videos that I'll talk over, and they'll loop if we need them to. But it's just importing some base assets. This is Content Hub. We've seen this before, but really what I want to get across here is the cohesiveness of this tool and kind of how fast it is. Now, again, these videos are slightly sped up for time, but I emphasize slightly. I mean, it's just things to basically eliminate the kind of chug time when I'm moving my mouse around and typing slowly and things like that. But largely, let's kind of click through. And, the first one I'm going to show you here is just uploading. And the point here is there's several methods, just drag and drop. It's quick, grab and go. Content Hub is reasonably quick on getting those assets uploaded. And you can even go and look at the background processes along the way and watch them apply. So that's really simple. That's step one, just getting the assets in. And again, there's a few ways to do it. You can drag and drop. You can select from your desktop. Another cool way, and we did this, was just by using links. You basically have a free form text field where you basically add in a bunch of HTML links to your files, and you can pull all sorts of assets in that way. Next thing we do is really kind of start to build out some of that taxonomy on that. Now, normally I would pre-build as an admin, I'd pre-build the taxonomy around the product family, but I can actually build that on the fly without being an admin in the product section. So here I am building out an amplifiers product family, adding in the tag, adding in the slug for the website, tying it to our store, and then it appears and it's in my product page. Now I can basically go in and start to build this out a little further. And here, I can go to my create page where I had those assets that I just loaded in, by the way. I can apply some taxonomy on this mass edit table. And this is really cool. So I can add my brand. And here, that product family that I just created, to Richard's Music/Amplifiers, it's available. Grab it, drag it across, all applies, save and close those. Now they're all going to be applied, and I can direct publish this and push this right out to the final asset stage. So that's really kind of the quick process there of tagging. But again, I built this product family right here. That's what you're seeing. This is a loop, but that's what you're seeing me build that on the fly. So let's go to the next place where I just really wanted to show quickly, like, now I have the amplifiers as a product family in my taxonomy, and it just surfaces those up. I can go into my product family and those assets that I just loaded in and use the mass edit to tag. If I go into the family that I just created under assets, they're all there already. There they are. So now I just quickly have those available. I can pick one and set it as a cover image that shows up nice, makes Content Hub look pretty here, but that also relates to the website. And so I'll just Rich
Yeah,
touch
yeah,
on
we,
that.
we can plug that in on the cover images are helpful. There's a property on the entity, generally called the master asset, which allows you to pick that image. You can then use that as thumbnails for things. You'll see on the site that we've used that image for the thumbnails for the product families, for the thumbnails for all of the products when we go further down into the products themselves as well. So that's a pretty neat thing.
Yeah, and this little product group that I'm creating right now is not currently on the site. We're going to add that in a little bit. So from here, what I wanted to do was I created a product family. Now let's just create an individual product. So I'm going to click Add Product, name the piece. I'm going to just be copy pasting from a copy deck here, but I'm going to add in my model number. I'm going to search for all, through the taxonomy to make sure that I have the right labels for searching for images and for tying this to the right pages, putting in the proper slug, and some, or maybe slightly improper slug, but we'll fix it. And there it is. There's the product. Now I have this available to kind of enrich and be able to go in and add in more information around the product. And all of these fields can then be tied to the site and where and this is, even including like the long description, a real rich text editor where I can throw in all that content, save that, and then I can go in because I've already uploaded this in the DAM. And again, this was all done in order, so this is this process. And this is what I did to build the site over and over. And it was fast. I add that asset. I save that one as the cover image. This is for the individual product, not the product group, but this is the individual product. Now I can add more content, and because I'm going to add some more, dynamic and responsive content. So I can say, I'm going to have another section of content around this product. So I have another selling point, and I'm going to add an image. So this primary feature that you're seeing here, this is content that'll live in CMP, but I'm creating it in the product section. So that little piece that you're looking at, that primary feature, I'm going to click on this. This is a content type that we've already set up and defined. It has a title and a body field. So I just go in and I'm going to add my paragraph, going to grab the title field and pull it and put it up in the title box. And so again, this is just extending the page and adding more content to the page. I'll add an existing asset that I already just uploaded a few minutes ago for another featured image. Let's grab the top of the amplifier. Did it freeze, Rich?
Oh, it may have done.
There it goes. All right. Okay. So, and then I'm going to add that. And that's one. Okay. So I'm just going to really quickly, just because we got a little time here, build out a second one, add another content type. We'll call this secondary feature. And all of those will eventually show up in the CMP section again. And I'll just pick it at another. This is again applying the product selling point. That's the content type. By creating that, it's going to choose what fields I have available and what fields will then therefore be on the page. So just like for the primary, I go back in. This time I'll just grab the image first, add that in, and I'll grab the back of the amp here. Say add. And then I'll add in the body copy. Grab that header and paste it up in the title, save it. Okay, so now I've created those content pieces. There's also a couple things going on here. There's a product workflow and a content workflow kind of intermingled. So those content pieces that I was just working on, they have an approval process. So I can start that process, submit this, send for review. Now this could be different people, or it could be the same person. You could add steps, remove steps, but there's workflow just for the individual content pieces. And this really is applying to the CMP, and those would show up in that content drop down on the navigation. It would show up underneath there as far as the workflow states. Are they in, are they in process? Are they in final stage? Where are they? But I can do this. I'm still doing this under the guise of the product. Then back to the product, I can have my own workflow here. So I'm sending for validation and approving. Now I have an approved product with approved final features with everything set up properly in 20 seconds. That's going to be live on the site. So that is building out a product.
Okay. So Rick put this one in because apparently now it's my turn.
Well, you had a quote slide. I needed to use it.
Well, that's true. All right, so let's talk about just how this fits together with a Jamstack and Content Hub. We've heard the term Jamstack a fair bit over the last 24 hours. We've heard a number of buzzwords about Next.js and all of that, but what is it? Right, so if you look on Jamstack's own website, you can see that really it aims to achieve better performance, higher security, cheaper, easier scaling, better developer experience. What does that mean? Well, it does this by using modern development tools that we have like React, Vue, Angular, all of those stuff, but then combining them with static site generation tools, stuff like Next.js, Hugo, Nuxt. There's a whole load of different tools that you can use to get to this point, but ultimately it's about generating a static HTML page, because that's how the web was originally designed, right? The static HTML page is the fastest thing that you're going to be able to deliver out to your browser. But nobody wants to edit one, because editing HTML is a nightmare. So now we have all of these tools that generate them for us, and they generate them based off dynamic data. So you've now got this hybrid model where, although we have static files, they're still pulling in dynamic data. When that dynamic data changes, we have tooling in place that automatically updates the static files. And that's how we get that performance. We get in good security, because ultimately there isn't much to hack into along those static files. They're just static files, you know. It's definitely cheaper and easier to scale than a big, heavy server-side application, because you don't need anywhere near the resources. It's not, the servers are not doing anywhere near as much as they would do in a server-side, a big like .NET application. So that's where Content Hub then comes in to provide that dynamic content out to your static site generation tool. And it does that through its content as a service. You probably heard that at Symposium. Content as a service comes through in the form of Experience Edge for Content Hub. So Experience Edge for Content Hub is a GraphQL endpoint that enables you to query those Content Hub assets, those Content Hub entities, and then pull those into different outputs. So whatever your consumer is, whether you're building a website with Jamstack, or if you're building a mobile app, whatever it is, you can make calls out to those endpoints, query the data, pull it back, and then consume it as you will. And the nice thing here is that now Content Hub and Experience Edge, with that SaaS-based solution, when you're building a Jamstack site, you don't actually need to have XM or XP to maintain your content or deliver your site. So that obviously is going to cut down, change how you're paying out for that particular service. You know, Content Hub is SaaS-based, so your license comes in the form of your subscription to Content Hub. You don't need big app services running on Azure to run a Jamstack site. You know, you could run it on Vercel, you could run it on Azure static websites. All of those are much lower costs than an app service. And you can see here, we look at the architecture diagram. It's just very basic. This is actually straight from Experience Edge's own help pages, but you can see that Content Hub is down here at the bottom with the blob storage, the delivery platform. That is your Experience Edge. And then you can plug CDNs in front of it. You can plug the static site generation in front of it. Ultimately, it all gets out to dynamically create those static pages. It sounds weird saying that you're dynamically creating static pages, but that's what it's doing, right? And as soon as that content is updated, you want those pages regenerated. What about personalization? We'll come to that shortly. So let's have a look. How did we build the site? So we'll move over back to here. I'm going to close this window, and we're going to go and look into VS Code. Now, you've probably seen something similar to this already. If you watched Nick Allen's presentation earlier on JSS and Next.js, this structure might look familiar to you. There's a similar structure when you're using Next.js. However, we don't have the JSS component in this. This is just a straight, pure Next.js website. It's using Experience Edge GraphQL to pull in the content and then render it out. I'll give a big shout out to Connor Boss and the team there. I know Cameras and Akshay and fellas have been working hard on their starter kits. So I took quite a bit of inspiration from that. Theirs is built on TypeScript, which you can do. I wanted to try it just pure JavaScript just to see what the differences were. It also helped. I grabbed a little material design Next.js theme just to help keep things looking pretty, because we know Rick likes things looking pretty. So fairly standard Next.js layout. Your pages section contains all of your page JavaScript files. Under API, this is where I put the GraphQL parts. So you can see here, this is a function that is going to get all of my product families. And for here, what we're doing is just getting the slug that we're using for the product families. And you'll see how that's used in a bit when we talk about how Next.js does dynamic routing. We can go to something a bit heavier, where this one actually gets the details of a product family. We can use filtering, and you can even do pagination in these as well. The GraphQL stuff's pretty powerful. It's really nice. One of the nice things about Experience Edge as well is there is a playground that you can use. You'll have seen it in some of the other presentations, that you can go in, type in your query and test it. It gives you all of the schema for your particular Content Hub instance. And that's really helpful when you're building your site. So make sure that you use that so you can see what your schema looks like. That's important because you do get things that happen like this when you build custom content types. It will give you unusual names at times. So you can, but you do need to see what those are. This is also, once we've got the query here, we're pulling this in and we're parsing that out to an object that has names that we can use throughout the rest of our code. If you're using TypeScript, this is really good because now you can strongly type all of your objects. In plain JavaScript, it doesn't strongly type it, but it's much easier typing in subtitle than remembering to type in F5, E5, 1 every time you need a subtitle rendering out. One of my big key takeaways, and it was kind of a duh moment as I was building this. When I first started building this out, I was just gung-ho, putting things anywhere and trying to write it through. But it is code, it is engineering. Make sure you structure things nicely, just as you would in your C# code. Just because it's JavaScript doesn't mean you can get messy with it. I quickly got into a mess at the beginning and couldn't remember where things were, and it was always a bit of a pain trying to find stuff. So I just refactored it all with a more of a .NET mentality, back-end engineer mindset, and made sure everything was structured nicely. That really helps when you're building it, especially as this gets bigger. As you can see, we're not getting much out of Content Hub right now. We're getting content types, product families, and products. But this could grow quite big when we're talking about big sites. And then we have the dynamic routing here. You can see that if you watched Nick's presentation, you can see that Next.js uses this terminology. There's a couple of different options, whether you use the ellipsis or whether you just have the parameter in the square brackets. But for us, we're using the ellipsis for the full dynamic routing on the catch-all. We're using our get static paths to go and get all of the different types of what we're building. So in this case, this is the product family page. Here, this is the product page, but it's the same process. We have our get static paths that goes and gets us all of the products and lists those in the paths. And then for each product, we call the get, or Next.js is going to call the get static props to pull those products in, and it will generate the page. The rest of it is just React. We've got a nice theme in here, so I've got a couple of little custom components that were built through the theme. Next.js supplies us with some nifty little components like at the head, so we can go and modify things in the head of the document. But I won't dig too deeply into Next.js, but suffice to say, it was pretty easy to build. Once you start getting used to some of the Next.js terminology and the principles that you need to apply, it was fairly easy to build that out. And the last part that we plugged in when we first started doing this, I wondered how you would get to a point where, if you've got 5,000 pages, and the pages are generated on build. You really don't want to be generating 5,000 pages every time you need a change. So Next.js has incremental static regeneration. And again, Nick talked about it earlier, but ultimately you can set the get static props here. So I've got a revalidate here, set to 20 seconds. It's probably a bit short. We could probably make that longer. But when you set it up for incremental static regeneration, now the Next.js is going to compare the content that is there with the content that is on Content Hub. And if that has changed, it's going to regenerate the static page for this site. And it'll do that without a full site build. So that's really nice. And we'll demo that one in a second. The other thing that I really liked about this was just how we deployed it. So this is the GitHub repo. And we're going to make this public after the presentation. But you can go and have a look at it and tear it to pieces, I'm sure. But once you've got the GitHub repo set up there, you can just plug into Vercel. And if we go back here to Vercel, once you go and you just link up Vercel with your GitHub repo, it'll add a few options in there. You can set up options for your deployment. You can pick the branch that is deploying. This is pretty neat, actually, the production branch. You can also set feature branches up and have it deploy from a feature branch to a separate URL. So then you can test features in a production-like environment, but without affecting your production site. That I thought was really nice. You also got deployment hooks, so you can create a hook, so you can fire that off from somewhere else to force Vercel to rebuild your application. So that integration was really easy. It didn't take much effort at all. And you can see that every time we make a commit out to our master or our main branch, it runs a deploy automatically. And if we look at the last one that it did, it takes about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So it's pretty quick. It's about 30 pages. And, the more pages you have, the longer that deployment time is going to take. So let's have a look at that static regeneration then, because if we refresh the page here, what we should see is that we have our popular categories. We have drums, percussion, or drums and percussion, keyboards and guitars. I don't know why. It does take a while to reload these images when we're sharing screen for some reason. But Rick created that extra product family earlier. So if we go into the amplifiers, now the way we have the GraphQL set up to pull in our product families is we have it set up so that it limits it to a particular store ID. And I guess Content Hub just doesn't like me right now. Here we go. So let's go and edit this product family. And I'm going to add the store, and you'll see that it's empty right now. So it's not appearing on the home page. So when I go and add the store in, what did you do, Rick? There we go. All right, I'm going to save this. It's probably going to take about an hour.
Live demos.
Yeah. It's the Content Hub shared sandbox. So, it's a sandbox environment. It's not going to have the biggest resources happening on this one. Production environments do run faster. All right, so now let's just refresh that. It does say it's published already. So now this will be using that revalidation, and it's going to be regenerating that static file for us. So we'll give it a minute to let that kick in. 20 seconds to be. It was supposed to be 20 seconds, yeah. I thought it would have had enough. And there we go. Now you can see that we have our amps have appeared on the static site. Now what you'll see here is if we go back to the build logs, we haven't done another build. Still 4 hours ago was the last build. But you can go to the function logs here, and this is how it sets it up. It creates these serverless functions when it gets those static props and static pages. And if we look here, what you'll see is there's been a few logs of those functions happen. No, I guess it's awaiting the new ones. But you can see them happen in here as it regenerates incrementally those pages. So we can now go into here and see the product family page, and we've got the amplifier there. that wasn't there earlier. So that's the site, and it's all generated. It's static files. It works really nicely. But the key is, how do we personalize that? Rick?
Yeah, so this is where we started to pull in BoxEver and wanted to basically try and test out some personalization. Now, also limited here a little bit because we are working off of a communal sandbox, so there are some limitations. But I just wanted to touch on kind of like the functionality. There's a lot of power here, but there are some considerations and some things that were learned. But starting with the library, I mean, this is really kind of the place where I think when you're planning out your personalization and working with your developers, as much of these templates that you can create, you know, the more that we can pre-create, the better. It's kind of like, I compare it to like SXA. If it's in the SXA toolbox, then you as a content author can work with it. If it's not in the SXA toolbox, then you need a developer. So if it's in the template library, you can probably as a marketer go a long way. If you need the template, you need a developer. So, you know, you're setting up these offer templates, and then and web templates, etc. But just sticking with the offer templates, that moves into the decisioning, and that's where you start to drive the logic around the offers themselves. Those offers go into the decision models. And Rich, we have a little extra time. You can click into the decision models there and probably click on ours and look at the first one that's in draft. I think there's one sitting in draft mode. Yeah. And I mean, this is real basic, but I mean, you have a decision table with some logic, you have your data, and that's the CDP. That's where we're pulling guest data in. And then you have your offers tied in. And basically this is where you can start to add in AI, you can start to add in external systems, et cetera. So that's where you can build this out. And that's certainly something an admin can get comfortable with. And that CDP piece is at the top. That's that customer data where you can, it'll certainly track your users, but you can also create dynamic segments. And this reporting is pretty clean and nice. I like it. But the segmentation, you know, you'll see this is where we started to build out like our guitar fan, our keyboard fan, our drum fan. And this is based on page views, but that's what's driving personalization. And then we ultimately get to this experience or experiments, but we're going to look at experience, think personalization / testing. So here we have these paused at the moment. We'll turn them on. But this is where you can build using those tools I just described, like offers and all that other stuff. But you know, I can use my audience from the segmenting. I can use that decisioning section that, you know, like if I created that graph paper like routing of decisioning that ties in AI, et cetera, that can be added to really, really hone in on how you want to personalize. But you can keep it really top level and simple. And we just used this corner pop-up. And you can go in and as a marketer, start to style what you want that pop-up to say. And again, think template, you know, if this is already built, then you have this here and this is available to use. And I can start to style it and I can go a long way here, provide the links, et cetera, et cetera. This one's just add an email. If I want to go further, this is where we click on advanced and we're back into the world of a developer. So this is, but I do like how it's all kind of in flow here.
Yeah, and this is pretty powerful as well. Normally what you would want to probably do is get your developers to build some of these templates early, so you can have like Rick said earlier, a toolbox of templates to work from. You know, you can modify the markup, the styles, the JavaScript, the API hooks. But the nice thing about this is once you have a template, when you pull this template into an experience, it's now that, although it's based on that template, it's now owned by that experience. So it's almost like forking the template. So if I go and change this, I'm quite happy to change this within the experience and not worry about it affecting the original template. So that's pretty nice. So you can customize, you can take an existing template and then customize it per experience. So it's quite powerful when you do that.
And it is important to note that some of these, you know, basically some of these experiences, the ones that that are not basically instant personalization are ones like something that's basically like session over session, things like that. I can do a lot of that as a marketer. if I want kind of that instantaneous personalization, that will always need a little code. So, the way I equate this is there's some goals as a marketer that you can create in Sitecore XP. There's some that you need a developer. So there's always a little give and take. It's just as much templating. And I do like the template library here. I think that adds a little depth to the complexity of what you could have available as a marketer.
Yeah. All right, let's start them. Let's look at some personalization. So we've seen the store go. There's no personalization going on here. It's just a pretty straight store. All right, so we'll go back in here. Let's go and start the 3 experiences. And as we start these, I will say a couple of things about the segmenting. Out of the box, the segmenting works. It updates the segments every 24 hours. So it's not real-time audience updates without some extra work. To get it doing real time, you have to plug some JavaScript. There's a whole documentation about it. It's actually not too hard to plug in. We didn't do that for the purposes of this demo, but you can plug that into the template, and that starts tracking in your users in real time and adding them into segments in real time. But for these purposes, we're already in those segments. So if we go back and look at the customer data and the segments here, you can see that we already have members in there. And I'll be identifying as this user here, who you can see is in a couple of different segments down here. So now we've done that, let's go into an incognito window so that we can see this coming up. I'll open the dev console so you can see I've told it to log. Just do some console logs as we're firing off Boxever events. But you can see it's still the same. It's not doing anything. I'll go over to the guitars. I'll go and see a product page. And you can see, maybe I'll click around a little bit. I'll click home. But now I'm going to identify. So we have this. We have this form set up. And when we hit the send on the form, what you'll see here is in the console, it's fired off an identify user message to Boxever. So now Boxever has identified that user. So now if I click home and I might go to a different page here. So I'll go here. Now the personalization is set to fire off after 5 seconds. So we'll just wait a couple of seconds, about 5 of them. And now you can see now this pop-up in the corner has popped up. Obviously, I'm higher up in the drum segment than I am in any of the other segments, so it's given me a 20% discount on drum accessories. Excellent. That'll be fun for the family.
And
so,
I would add in here real quick too, Rich, that I do like some of the personalization functionality. That it's not just replacing content in an image or text. It's like scroll distance can cause a pop-up, or time on page can cause a banner or something like that. So a lot of those are pre-built already. So there is some nice functionality as opposed to having to customize those.
Yeah, it's also pretty neat that if you want to see how it works before it goes live, so you can let's pause this real quick, and you can go back to the build tab. You can preview this and put it on your own website. So as long as you've got the Boxever integration in there, and I'll look at that one in just a second. So we'll save and go, and what you see here, it's going to pop up. There we go. So now you can see, you get this little QA tool appearing. Okay, and what we can see here is that actually this personalization is not going to fire on this page because my page targeting did not pass that condition. But you can see, you can even mimic a guest. Where is that one gone? Oh, here. So you can run as a guest. So if you go to Boxever and go to the customer data, you can go and get the guest reference, which is this GUID here. So when I go back to the section here, we can reload it as that guest. And then you can see the targeting based off who that user is. So that's a pretty neat little tool. You know, it gets more detailed as you add production flows and things into there as well. So, but that's useful before you've even made the personalization live, you can preview it. And then how we plug that in, it's actually pretty simple. I was worried that it was going to be really complicated, but ultimately it's this piece of JavaScript here. So I have this built out into a Next.js component, which you can pull from the repo and do whatever you want with. But it's very, very similar. If you've ever plugged in Google Tag Manager or Google Analytics, it's very similar. This goes in at the top, or is it the bottom? I think it goes in at the bottom of your page. You pass in the client key, which is what you'll get from BoxEver. Your target endpoint depends on where your BoxEver instance is hosted, whether it's in Europe or Asia Pacific. The cookie domain is an optional, but it helps get set your cross-domain cookies. We don't actually need the API token. This is important though. So with just this, that'll start tracking your users into BoxEver, right? You can identify them, you can fire off different options. What it doesn't enable is any of the personalization actions, experiences, or anything firing back into your website. So you need that Webflow target, and you get that URL from your BoxEver rep. But without that Webflow target, none of the interactions will fire back into your website, which took us a little bit of effort to find that out. We had to dig through and got some help there. All right. You know what? I did say we'd run a lighthouse score, didn't I?
Yep.
Well, let's give one a go. I know we're a little bit over time, but hey, we're the last people.
I think we're ahead of time right now because we started early.
Oh, there we go. Ha. This is the time it's going to give me a terrible lighthouse score for some reason.
Of course. Yep, of course.
So what I found is occasionally with these images, it does give us it does hit us a little bit with the performance of the images, but usually when Content Hub wakes up, it gets back to where we're at. There we go. That's what we've been seeing most of the time. So and this wasn't super hard to do, right? The performance is pretty fast anyway on a Vercel site running Next.js. To get accessibility best practices, you just have to go through the different rules and modify your items. But with a React-based application, as long as you stick to good SEO practices, making sure your headers are in the right order, making sure that you've got proper accessibility, you've got ARIA labels, and you've got alt text and things like that, making sure that silly things like your if the target's underscore blank, making sure you got the no opener and no referrer set on those. It's pretty easy to hit these scores here. The performance is the key one, and again, it was quick right from the start. We did a couple of tweaks to bring the image sizes down. That was a bit big. Actually, the thing that's killing us a little bit right now is some of the BoxEver JavaScript files don't have any cache TTLs on. If we had those on, this would probably give us an even better score than that. But yeah, so that's the website.
Awesome.
Yeah, and we've done that one already, Lighthouse scores. So yeah, so thanks very much for listening in. So you got any questions after this, just hit me up. I'm Guitar Rich on the Slack channel, Rich Seal on Twitter. You can see me on Stack Exchange as well. Feel free to ask questions targeted at this. I need the points so I can catch up with Mark Cassidy.
And I will not catch up with Mark Cassidy, but you can still find me on SiteCordial, on Slack, or on Twitter. But we have one more slide here, and Rich, I do see a bunch of questions in the comments section that we can probably go over. But just before we go there, I just wanted to give a special thanks to Cormac Hampson and Lorna Alani from Sitecord. They were integral in kind of getting this community BoxEver. First of all, the availability to that, and some of the little bit of help that we needed to kind of make sure that we hit the target of being able to present this like we did today. So thanks to them. But yeah, questions, I guess we could go there.
How much?
Yeah, we got some.
I asked some.
You sure did.
So like how you guys mentioned something about this, don't go for the pro version, you need the free modeling with the corporate or the enterprise, right? So like, were you able to content model the way you wanted to in whichever version you were using, and was 100% of the content and navigation coming from Content Hub?
So 100% of the content was, only part of the navigation was just because I ran out of time to plug it all in. I could have quite easily done 100% of the navigation from Content Hub. I wanted to focus on the box ever part of it rather than the Experience Edge. I think we proved the Experience Edge side of things early on, and then we needed to get into the personalization. But yeah, pulling that from Content Hub wasn't a problem. I think on the Sandbox, we're on the top license, right, Rick?
I think that's what
the
Sandbox is.
We have the full content modeling, but yeah, we have clients that are on the Pro license, and you can't create content types, and you can't. You can only edit existing ones and things like that.
Yeah, so there's some cases where you can't remove certain content type. Like you can extend it, but you have the ones that are out of the box in there. The other, I mean, the main piece to me about the Pro is it's production only, and you can't change that. As soon as you go to the corporate level, it's production, but you can add. Enterprise has multiple environments, but I mean, like literally Pro, you're just working in production. That seems dangerous to me. Yeah.
All right, so the next one is from Camrose. Do you think Content Hub is production ready for sites right now? We found it limiting adding links between content items or requirement to generate public links for images, right? So
yeah, the public links, yeah, that was a pain, although not one that you can't work around. For the purposes of this demo, we just manually generated them as we were putting stuff in. But for other clients, we've scripted that out so we can generate the public links as assets are published. That's not too hard to work around. What was the other part of the question?
So like linking for the CMP, right, for the M.dot content, how did you link one M.dot content to one or more other M.dot content items?
So for what we did, we didn't. We linked the M.dot content to the product item, which was, so that was easy because that's already done. Although I have done that separately in a different project, and it just works with relations. But again, this is where the free modeling comes in. If you don't have free modeling, you cannot do that.
Right.
If you have to have free modeling to be able to link one content type to another content type.
Cool. So like in your code, I saw there were the way you're rendering components, right? Like have you seen stuff in Content Hub where you could create like a component or a UI or a layout so you can pass that in, or it's pretty much like static site where you have placeholders where you're plugging in the values?
So yeah, I mean, we didn't go down into that level of building in headless. It can be done. That's where you're probably talking into linking content types, where you would have your site page content type and then link in different content types for your components, right? If you wanted to add a component onto it, you would add that in via a link to another content type. The big key that I found here is that if I tried to think about building a site in the way that Sitecore does, like an XP does, it was tricky to do. But looking at how stuff like Contentful works, it was more in line with that. Now I know Contentful have more powerful page builders, and there's extra bits in there. I think Content Hub definitely has room to grow in that space. But for sites where you're not necessarily needing a completely dynamic composable CMS or site, then it would do the job. It's not perfect yet, but I think it's got potential.
Nice. I don't think we have any more questions, none that we want to ask anyways, but thank you so much for your time, guys. It was a really good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us headline.
Have a good.
Yeah, you're our grand finale.
All right, one last hurrah. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Jason. I think you added yourself and I removed you. All right, so I think that was a nice different way of doing SUGCON, right? We used a different piece of software. We did the broadcast. Of course, we had someone clicking end broadcast, which wasn't fun. But thanks to Jason and Camrose, they thought on their feet and started another thing. But it was awesome, I thought. What did you guys think?
Yeah, I thought StreamYard was a really nice platform to do this on.
Yeah.
Nice. And then we have all the graphics from Mr. Anners going on the weekends and adding all the videos and the backgrounds and
Yeah,
stuff. Oh,
well, most of it. But
nice.
that's from playset.net. So yeah, insert your logo anywhere.
Nice.
Service. So.
No, I like that. Like even on shirts, it was on pillows and shirts. And if the shirt had like not wrinkles but like waves, like if it was folded, it seemed like the logo folded with it. So it was kind of awesome. I think Jason said he used that site once before, I think.
Yeah, I've used it in the past for nothing to the extent that Anders did, but I did it for some simple like static images. But
nice. All right. So I mean, if you haven't donated yet, please donate. We raised what, $2,700 so far. Anything more would be nice. Again, thank you so much for joining. We'll try to provide. So these should be available as streams on Twitch for sure. But we should have a backup recording as well. If we need to format that and put that up on YouTube, we'll try to do that. Thanks
if you're
again for joining.
if you're watching later on, the fundraiser will still be there.
Yeah,
so
there you go. Put money in. I've asked Steve and Paige to help us as well. So talk to your leaders, anyone in your org, even a little bit helps.
Yeah, between this year and last year, we have raised over $10,000.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, guys, have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you for joining.
All right.
Thanks.
You.